It's a common refrain to say that at some point every child has an Egypt phase. After all, why not? The fantastical imagery of pyramids, hieroglyphs, and mummies can seem like something out of a mystical fantasy story rather than a real period in history. I had my Egypt phase pretty early on in my life, satiated by adventure stories like Indiana Jones and the Mummy movies. By that time, I was also in my space phase, having grown up watching Star Trek and Star Wars. I was obsessed with both ancient temples and mythological monsters, as well as spaceships and aliens. Thus, when I discovered a certain mid-90s Roland Emmerich film, witnessing these two worlds collide felt like stepping through a gateway which I have never returned through since. The idea for Stargate originated with director Roland Emmerich when he was a film student in his native Germany. Rather than a Stargate, Emmerich's original idea was about an ancient spaceship being discovered under the sands of Egypt. After making a few films in Europe, he moved to the USA to make the Jean-Claude Van Damme sci-fi actioner Universal Soldier. The film was a modest success, grossing $95 million worldwide against a budget of $23 million. The film was also the first collaboration between Emmerich and writer-producer Dean Devlin, who also had an idea for a sci-fi movie he referred to as Lawrence of Arabia in Space. Following Universal Soldier, the two collaborated to merge both ideas, eventually coming up with the first draft of a new movie they called Stargate. To help pitch the film, Emmerich and Devlin hired production designer Holger Gross, who had worked on Universal Soldier, and artist Patrick Tatopoulos to create concept art for the film. After packaging the art and script, the project was pitched around Hollywood, but no major studio was willing to fund the film. Despite contemporary hits like Terminator 2 and Emmerich's own Universal Soldier, according to Devlin, there was a belief at the time that science fiction was dead. Unable to find financing in the States, the filmmakers turned to Europe, where they found support at the French production company Studio Canal+.
And he said, we'd love to make the movie, but we have a cap. We can't make any movies that cost more than $25 million. And I said, that's an amazing coincidence, because our movie cost exactly $25 million to make. And so he agreed to make the picture. Obviously, as we got into it, it was going to cost a lot more. And so finally, at one point, he said, all right, what's the real budget? And we said, it's going to be more like $51, $52 million. And he said, all right, let's try and figure out a way to do it.
Eventually, Studio Canal joined with Coralco Pictures to finance Stargate's projected $50 million budget, which was a large sum at the time, but far below the typical Hollywood blockbuster budget. To help boost the film's profile, the production team needed a name actor in the cast, and so Emmerich and Devlin pursued Kurt Russell for the role of Colonel Jack O'Neill. Russell was well known to sci-fi and action fans for his performances in John Carpenter films like Escape from New York, The Thing, and Big Trouble in Little China. By the late 80s, he had also won praise for his performances in dramas like Tequila Sunrise, Backdraft, and Tombstone. James Spader was another name that added legitimacy to the production when he was cast as Dr. Daniel Jackson. Spader was well known for his performances in dramas and romantic comedies throughout the 80s, winning acclaim for his performance in Sex, Lies, and Videotape. He later admitted that he thought little of his script, but enjoyed working with Roland Emmerich so much that he took on the role.
I have enjoyed my time with all the actors, and especially with James, who I spent most of my time with. He's been a pleasure. He and I have shared a lot of laughs and discussed the movie as little as possible.
British actor and model Jay Davidson was suggested for the role of Ra by the producers, as he had recently been nominated for an Academy Award for his performance in The Crying Game. Davidson was reluctant to continue acting at the time, and demanded an intentionally absurdly high salary of $1 million to play Ra. He was surprised when his demand for such a high salary was actually agreed to by the producers, and so he accepted the part. Among Ra's henchmen was Jimon Hunsu in one of his early film roles as Horus. Vivica Lindfors, a lifelong actress of stage and screen, was cast as Dr. Catherine Langford. This was her penultimate role before passing away in 1995. Making up the natives of the planet Abydos was Eric Avari as Kasuf, and Alexis Cruz as Skara. The part of Shari proved extremely difficult to cast. The role was still uncast by the time the film started shooting. A matter of days before the character's first scene was to be shot, Emmerich saw an audition tape from actress Millie Avital. She was cast on a Thursday and shot her first scene the following Monday. Location filming took place at Yuma in the Arizona desert, where large sets were built for the base of the pyramid and the Abydosian city.
Sand everywhere. On equipment, in equipment. Transportation is a virtual impossibility.
Conditions were harsh, with temperatures of up to 50 degrees Celsius. Although water and shade were in abundance, several cast and crew members passed out from heat stroke. Over 800 extras were used for the crowd scenes. These crowds were further expanded in camera using dummies propped up on sticks, and in post with digital crowd members way off in the distance. The alien animal was played by a Clydesdale horse wearing an elaborate suit, which featured an animatronic head. However, due to the lack of visibility and the hefty weight of the costume, the horse was unable to run. For the sequence where Daniel Jackson is pulled along the sand dunes by one of the creatures, a dog was dressed in a smaller version of the animal costume, which dragged an action figure of Jackson behind it. Many shots of the Death Gliders were captured in camera using forced perspective miniatures hung from cranes. The original design for the gliders was very bulky, the intention of which was to further showcase how advanced the alien technology was, and how it could make even this blocky shape fly. However, in practice, the anvil-shaped craft made for poor shots. Therefore, Patrick Tatopoulos suggested adapting the design of a belt piece he had made for Anubis' costume into a more aerodynamic-looking craft. For interior shots, no available soundstage was tall enough for the sets the crew wanted to build, so instead they used the famous Howard Hughes Spruce Goose hangar in California. Here they built the sets for the Stargate facility, Pyramid entrance, and Ra's throne room. For the ancient language spoken in the film, Dean Devlin insisted it be authentic ancient Egyptian, and so the production hired Egyptologist Dr. Stuart Tyson Smith to create the dialogue. Jay Davidson had tremendous difficulty with the language, and had to read his lines off cue cards after various attempts at using an earpiece failed. Despite the harsh location filming and technical ambitions of the film, Emmerich and Devlin worked hard to keep spirits high, and people generally enjoyed their time on the film. The visual effects were created by the Kleiser-Walczak company. Practical techniques were used such as miniatures for the pyramid, Ra's ship, and the Abydosian city. The Stargate itself was built full scale with motors controlling the rotating hieroglyphs on the ring. The wormhole effect was conceived by digital effects supervisor Jeffrey A. Oken, but was made up of practical water elements. The gate opening was achieved by filming a tank of water from below the waterline and shooting the water with a compressed air cannon.
And the first time we did it, we fired off with 120 pounds of air pressure, which lifted the entire volume of water out as a unit, moved over and landed on my DP's head, Dave's stump, which was my favorite moment of the film.
The swirling wormhole at the back of the Stargate was simply a jar of water being stirred very fast. The shot of Daniel Jackson pushing his head through the Stargate was simply James Spader leaning over a tank of water and putting his face in, and the shot was then rotated 90 degrees. The headdresses on Ra's henchmen were practical animatronics created by Patrick Tatopoulos, and the effect of the headpieces folding away was done with a digital morph. The score was composed by David Arnold, Stargate being only his second feature film score. To fit the epic sweep of the story, Arnold took heavy inspiration from Star Wars composer John Williams and Lawrence of Arabia composer Maurice Jarre. He said, "When I first read the script for Stargate, I knew what approach to take, which was to be as big and bold as possible. Every time there was an amazing sight, the characters would stand back and say, 'Oh my god,' but James would just smile and walk towards it. That was the basis for the Stargate score, moving forward with a sense of majesty instead of being frightened by what's around the corner." During the editing process, the producers felt the film needed tightening, which forced Emmerich to drop several scenes he was quite fond of. He later restored these scenes to the film in an extended cut, which runs 9 minutes longer than the theatrical. The new scenes include an opening in 8000 BC depicting Ra first landing on Earth and possessing a boy, which is only seen in flashback in the theatrical cut. After 5 years of development and an ambitious epic production, Stargate was released on the 28th of October, 1994. Having first watched Stargate as a young child, I carry a lot of nostalgia for the film, and so I have a lot of goodwill towards it. So even though I'm well aware of its flaws, its shortcomings never overshadow the places where the movie excels. One such place is in its presentation. The film has a wonderfully rich and warm look to it. Even the mundane sets and locations in the first act are given a lot of texture and depth, thanks to cinematographer Carl Lindenlaub's gorgeous lighting. In terms of direction, Roland Emmerich's blocking isn't as strong as it is in Independence Day. Here he's too reliant on close-ups, but by the time we get to Abydos, his signature strong eye for composition is used to full effect. Many of the desert shots evoke epic adventures like Lawrence of Arabia, and Emmerich also has a keen eye for action and a strong sense of pacing and rhythm throughout the film. But it's the design work and visual effects which are the true highlights of the film. Like Independence Day, it's that perfect combination of practical and digital effects. Stargate's world is simultaneously familiar yet new. The well-known Egyptian iconography is given a new sci-fi twist to great effect. Ra's henchmen being Egyptian gods made real via robotic headdresses with glowing eyes is an inspired bit of design work. For lack of a better word, the general aesthetic of Stargate is just really cool. The miniature work is executed to a high standard and holds up extremely well. The forced perspective fly-by-wire shots of the Death Gliders look terrific. The Stargate's water motif is another inspired visual idea, which further enhances the sense of wonderment surrounding the titular device. When it comes to the digital effects, it's more of a mixed bag. The CG Death Gliders cut pretty seamlessly with the practical models, but the headdress transformation effect looks quite dated. Where Stargate is at its weakest is in its storytelling. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with relying on tropes in a high-concept sci-fi movie. In fact, it can work as a strength. But in Stargate, too much of the characterization and plot is either totally by the numbers or needlessly overthought. As good as Kurt Russell's performance is as Jack O'Neill, ultimately the character's backstory of losing his son doesn't add much to the events. It's an attempt at adding depth to the character, his adventure through the Stargate symbolizing his escape from depression, but it's more distracting than interesting. O'Neill ends up relegated to just being sad and stoic throughout most of the film, and as a result, Russell is unable to match James Spader's energy as Daniel Jackson. Spader's performance and the writing for his character feel much more in line with the adventurous spirit of the story. It's also worth noting how Jackson departs from his usual archetype. He's intelligent and nerdy, but he's not awkward or bumbling. Spader's natural gravitas and charisma in the role lends Daniel Jackson an atypical confidence and bravery, which makes him much more entertaining to watch than Kurt Russell's O'Neill. Other cast members worth highlighting are Eric Avari as Kasuf and Alexis Cruz as Skara. Like Spader, these two bring enough charisma to their roles to compensate for the thin writing of their characters, and are likable enough to root for. As earnest as Millie Avital is as Shaury, she also isn't given much on the page to work with, and the romance between Shaury and Jackson feels severely underwritten. However, it's Jay Davidson as Ra who steals the show from the rest of the cast. Davidson's background as a model clearly helped his villainous performance as Ra. He wears Ra's plethora of luxurious costumes and accoutrements with striking poise and arrogance. Combined with the distorted voice and occasionally glowing eyes, the film succeeds in conveying Ra's great age, alienness, and power despite being played by such a young actor. Ra is reason enough to watch the film, as his character is not only at the center of the most striking design work, but also the most interesting concepts and ideas. And that's where Stargate's true strength lies, not in the story it tells, but in the world it explores. There's a terrific atmosphere of mystery and wonder which immerses the entire movie from start to finish. Although the second act does slow to a crawl in its later half, the initial exploration of this world is given a huge amount of room to breathe. The coalescence of this adventurous spirit is due in large part to David Arnold's outstanding musical score. The main theme is instantly as iconic to sci-fi fans as John Williams' Star Wars or Jerry Goldsmith's Star Trek. It simultaneously evokes the otherworldly and the ancient, exemplifying the genre, while also being unmistakably Stargate. The choral motifs surrounding the Stargate itself convey such a sense of awe and wonder, whereas Ra's music is just as terrifying as the Stargate motif is wondrous. Short, sharp bursts of high strings convey the insidiousness of the alien parasite, while the lower brass embodies the villain's sense of power. But outside these recurring motifs, Arnold's score is utterly captivating in the action cues, running the gamut of whimsical adventure to desperate battle and triumphant victory. Indeed, the final act of Stargate is where the film comes alive. Much of the second act is unfortunately quite dull, but by the time our characters charge in for the final battle, the film finally starts firing on all cylinders. A spectacular ground-to-air battle, an old-fashioned punch-up between O'Neill and Anubis where Kurt Russell finally gets to flex his action hero charisma, and a tense standoff between Jackson and Ra. It's all propelled wonderfully by Arnold's music, and climaxes in some clever gags to defeat Anubis and Ra by using their advanced technology against them. It's just a shame the movie ends just as it gets going. Though it ends abruptly, it at least ends on a high, and manages to leave the audience with a palpable sense of wonder. The sense that we've only seen a tiny glimpse of a vast universe of adventure which still awaits us beyond the Stargate. Upon release, Stargate received rather mixed reviews from critics. Roger Ebert in particular hated the film, while others praised it as a piece of pulpy popcorn entertainment. Audiences, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy it a lot more. Stargate became the sleeper hit of 1994, grossing $196 million worldwide against a budget of $55 million. Stargate may not be known as a great work of storytelling, but its legacy endures thanks to its imagination. It gave audiences a kind of science fiction they had never seen before. While earlier works like Battlestar Galactica also took cues from the infamous Chariots of the Gods, Stargate was a much more overt blend of the ancient and the alien, and its visuals, music, and mythology are still celebrated to this day.
Funny about the fans is very often they know the story more than you do, they know details more than you do, and they're amazing.
The fans themselves tend to humanize the whole experience. I thought, is it going to be a bunch of crazy people? And they're not. The biggest question I get is, what does Bunny Way mean? Which is sweet. Very sweet.
Stargate has also been a popular title on home video since its original release, with several releases including the extended cut. The extended cut doesn't hugely improve the movie, but it's the superior version of the film. The prehistoric opening and the scene of O'Neill seeing the fossilized headdresses work well in creating a sense of foreboding and anticipation surrounding the villain. There's also more time spent in this alien world, making it feel more expansive than before. As I said, it's not a huge improvement, but the extra 9 minutes lean into the movie's strengths, so it's well worth a watch. Though Emmerich and Devlin soon became busy with other projects, they always saw the potential of revisiting the Stargate universe. While they wouldn't manage to return to Stargate, audiences would enjoy further adventures on the small screen. Like Emmerich and Devlin, the film's rights holders MGM saw potential in turning Stargate from a sleeper hit into a multimedia franchise. The studio had acquired the rights to Stargate from the film's original production company, Coralco, after Coralco filed for bankruptcy following the disastrous release of Cutthroat Island. Despite Stargate's success on the big screen, MGM decided to pursue a television spin-off rather than a direct sequel. Word of this project soon travelled through the grapevine to arrive at the ears of writer-producers Brad Wright and Jonathan Glasner, who both separately approached MGM to work on the new show. The two had previously worked on MGM's revival of the sci-fi series The Outer Limits. Seeing their mutual enthusiasm for the material, MGM president John Sims asked them to work together on the pitch. Their pitch described an almost Star Trek-like show of a team exploring planets of the week, but using the Stargate rather than a spaceship. It was during these pitch meetings that the show's title was created, when Sims asked Wright and Glasner if the team should be called SG-1. Finding a home for Stargate SG-1 proved to be quite painless, as MGM already had a good relationship with the premium network Showtime, which had broadcast The Outer Limits. Due to Stargate's move to television, the original film's stars James Spader and Kurt Russell were well outside the new show's budget. Even so, the series would need a marquee name to attract audience interest. It was Sims who approached Richard Dean Anderson with the possibility of taking over the role of Colonel Jack O'Neill from Kurt Russell. Richard Dean Anderson was a household name on American television thanks to his starring role in MacGyver. Anderson, who was joined by his producing partner Michael Greenberg, was interested in the project, but only if he could bring more humor to the O'Neill character.
Kurt Russell is just, he's a phenomenal guy, and he did a great job with it, with the character, but I knew just by looking at his hair that I couldn't do that. I mean, who can do that with their hair?
He also wanted SG-1 to be more of an ensemble show as opposed to MacGyver, which Anderson effectively carried by himself. Thankfully, Wright, Glasner, and the higher-ups at MGM all agreed to Anderson's requests, and he was soon signed on as lead actor and executive producer. Taking over from James Spader in the role of Dr. Daniel Jackson was Canadian actor Michael Shanks. Unlike Richard Dean Anderson, Shanks chose to skew his performance far closer to his movie counterpart.
Well, the character came really easy because I just ripped off James Spader's role. Just ripped off all of his mannerisms and acting, and they liked that.
However, Shanks, being over a decade younger than Spader, meant his take on the character had a more youthful energy, with a quicker cadence and higher physical energy. Even so, Michael Shanks managed to replicate the character so well that when I was a kid, I actually thought Spader and Shanks were the same actor. Making up the other members of SG-1 were Amanda Tapping as Samantha Carter and Christopher Judge as Teal'c. Tapping was no stranger to science fiction, having previously worked with Wright and Glasner on The Outer Limits, and had also had a guest role in The X-Files before joining Stargate. Christopher Judge was briefly a star player in American college football, but this was only a stepping stone to his long-term goal of becoming an actor. His first regular role was on the Canadian police drama Sirens, but before that, he had a guest role on MacGyver, where he shared a scene with Richard Dean Anderson. Another MacGyver veteran was Don S. Davis, who joined Stargate SG-1 as General George Hammond. Terrell Rothery joined as a recurring cast member in the role of Dr. Janet Fraser. Alexis Cruz reprised his role as Skara from the movie, and later so did Eric Avari as Kasuf. Production took place in Vancouver, Canada, where a massive 3-story set was built of Stargate Command. The original Stargate prop from the movie was unfortunately unusable. Allegedly, after the movie wrapped production, the Stargate was left outside in the harsh California sun, which irreversibly bleached and warped the prop. Production designer Richard Heudelin's only use for the original Stargate was taking molds from it to create a new Stargate for the show. In total, 2 Stargates were built, one for the main studio set and another lighter Stargate which could be propped up on location. The production was a huge undertaking which necessitated massive set builds and elaborate costume designs on a near weekly basis. The special effects team also had their work cut out for them, with numerous large explosions required for many episodes. Their work also included Jaffa chest plates with built-in spark squibs and 2 staff weapons which opened and fired practically. Thankfully, this heavy workload rarely brought the mood of the production team down. Richard Dean Anderson made a conscious effort to maintain a fun and light-hearted atmosphere on set. This was an effort which paid off immensely, as the cast and crew hit it off almost immediately. At one point during production of the series, Kurt Russell was shooting the film at 3,000 miles to Graceland, in which he played Elvis Presley, at Vancouver Film Studios. The producers took the opportunity to invite the actor to the SG-1 set, which he gladly accepted.
The before and after of Jack O'Neill.
Visual effects were provided primarily by Rainmaker Studios, with assistance from Image Engine. At this point, digital visual effects was becoming more commonplace in television productions thanks to the pioneering effects efforts of Babylon 5. While the various Star Trek shows airing at the same time still made use of practical miniatures, Stargate SG-1's effects were almost entirely digital. That is with the exception of the Asgard aliens, who were created using on-set puppetry. The voices for the Asgard were provided by regular cast members like Michael Shanks and Terrell Rothery.
So we were doing this one shot where if the camera is behind us and Thor and I are standing side by side looking at this big green screen of special effects, and whoever was controlling the puppet put Thor's arm up so it touched my bum. So it was quite funny. And I turned without even thinking and just smacked him. And there's this big resounding off the puppet. And then I apologized to the puppet. I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking. I went, oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh, you're a puppet.
The opening of the Stargate, nicknamed the Kawoosh, was initially filmed as a practical element like it was in the movie. However, this was later recreated using a computer simulation. Joel Goldsmith, son of legendary film composer Jerry Goldsmith, was brought on to score the show. His first task was reorchestrating David Arnold's main theme from the movie. He combined the main march with a short action cue heard during the film's final battle sequence. Whereas Arnold's original theme emphasized wonder and mystery, Goldsmith's version was more adventurous with a faster tempo and added percussion. The first episode of Stargate SG-1, the feature-length Children of the Gods, premiered on the 27th of July, 1997.
When the gate is opened,
oh my God,
the adventure of a lifetime is only just beginning.
What are you doing? Don't touch it!
And the journey to exciting new worlds begins with the first step, Stargate SG-1. A gateway to the imagination has been opened, and a new universe of action and adventure has been unleashed. Join Richard Dean Anderson as he continues to lead the way on the greatest journey of all time, Stargate SG-1.
Although Children of the Gods is the debut of Stargate SG-1, it also works as the sequel to the original movie, which inadvertently served the function of a pilot episode. As with many pilot episodes, there are many changes between the movie and the series proper. The Stargate movie, for all of its faults, did one thing very well, and that is convey a sense of wonder and exploration. However, it's clear from SG-1's opening scene that the series is headed in a much different direction. A group of guards sits idly by, passing the time on their backwater assignment, blissfully unaware of the importance of the strange ring device in the room. That is, until the Stargate springs back to life, and suddenly armoured alien soldiers pour through, swiftly kidnapping one of the guards and dispatching the others. Soon Colonel Jack O'Neill is called out of retirement to lead a mission back to Abydos in the hopes of pulling off a rescue and finding out who this new enemy is. Stargate SG-1 swaps mystery and exploration for pulp action-adventure. Speaking for myself, I've always lamented the strengths of the movie being lost in this change of creative direction, epitomized by the main antagonists of the show, the Goa'uld. Several retcons turn the movie's Ra from the alien tyrant of a single world with Lovecraftian overtones of cosmic horror into one of many rulers of a galaxy-spanning empire. The method of possession, implied in the movie to be Ra transferring his consciousness into another body, is also changed to alien parasites. In a relatively short amount of time, the lingering mysteries of the movie are all solved, leaving the viewer with a near complete history of the Goa'uld from their origins to the present. As someone who grew up watching the Stargate movie, and only recently became a fan of the shows, I've always felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with these retcons, and the in-depth explanations they led to. However, I know I'm likely in the minority in this view, as many of the most passionate Stargate fans became fans because of this series. And for good reason too. Despite my personal preferences, Stargate SG-1 is an infectiously fun series which entertains and thrills. Unlike other more well-known sci-fi series, Stargate SG-1 doesn't take long to find its footing. The benefit of building off the original movie allows SG-1's premiere to cut to the chase. There's no need to establish what the Stargate is, where it came from, or what it does. Any newcomers are quickly brought up to speed by O'Neill and Hammond's first conversation, so they too can sit back and enjoy the adventure. Children of the Gods is also a well-presented TV movie. It's helped considerably by its access to visual effects shots and music cues from the original movie. Director Mario Azzopardi also makes sure to show off the expansive sets and locations with long, impressive crane shots. The production values continue to impress when the action moves to Abydos, with 2 more large interior sets. The presentation does take a hit when the film moves off Abydos and onto Chulak. The limits of the TV movie's resources become very obvious here. Canada is, of course, a beautiful country, but its locations lack the exoticism of the Nevada desert used in the movie. Throughout the series, it becomes almost comedic how many planets in the Stargate universe look like British Columbia. Then again, all of Star Trek's planets look like California, so this shortcoming can be forgiven. Even so, SG-1's premiere episode has such an engrossing rhythm that the viewer is rarely taken out of the story by the 90s TV production values. Children of the Gods hits many of the major pulp sci-fi adventure beats in quick succession. Apophis is quickly established as the main arch-villain, new worlds are discovered and visited, our heroes are captured and then stage a daring escape, the whole thing just rattles along. This quick pace, while engaging, can rush through some important story beats however. While Teal'c's turn from Apophis's right-hand man to SG-1 ally is explored in greater depth later in the show, this turn in Children of the Gods feels quite sudden. The seeds are planted in the episode's first scene, with Teal'c being disillusioned with his role. Later it's made clear he has become numbed by Apophis's cruelty, so the setup is there. What's lacking is a pivotal moment to fully push Teal'c over the edge. O'Neill simply insists,
I can save these people! Help me. Many have said that.
To which Teal'c responds,
But you are the first I believe could do it!
Based on not much of anything. The following episode, The Enemy Within, even has O'Neill passionately vouching for Teal'c to General Hammond, despite the two only knowing each other for a short amount of time. Thankfully, both episodes have enough going on to keep the viewer engaged, even when the show is in a hurry to establish its status quo. Children of the Gods and The Enemy Within firmly establish Stargate SG-1 as an action show. Barely an episode goes by without a death-defying stunt, gun battle, or chase sequence. The show's stunt and special effects teams succeed brilliantly in crafting some thrilling and impressive action sequences. The cast is also in top form from the start. Despite some poorly aged dialogue,
And just because my reproductive organs are on the inside instead of the outside, doesn't mean I can't handle whatever you can handle.
the chemistry between Anderson, Tapping, Shanks, and Judge is palpable. Anderson nicely threads the needle with his performance in the first episode, establishing his more light-hearted take on the character while still maintaining some of Kurt Russell's seriousness.
You ever think of writing a book about your exploits in the line of duty?
I've thought about it, but then I'd have to shoot anyone that actually read it. That's a joke, sir.
Amanda Tapping pulls off an even more impressive performance as Samantha Carter. Not only is she responsible for rattling off most of the sci-fi technobabble, she also acts as the audience surrogate to some degree. Without Daniel Jackson, it's Carter who conveys a sense of wonder and excitement about going through the Stargate. At the same time, she also has to be convincing in the action sequences. Samantha Carter's character is needed to perform so many functions in the plot that it's a testament to Amanda Tapping's talents that she also succeeds in making Carter charming and likable.
You know, you really will like me when you get to know me.
Oh, I adore you already, Captain.
Meanwhile, Christopher Judge firmly establishes Teal'c through his physical and vocal presence alone. Despite his arc in the first episode being so rushed, Judge's commitment to the part and his impressive grasp of period dialogue leaves a strong impression on the audience. Michael Shanks is really the only member of the cast who doesn't firmly put his stamp on his character. In Children of the Gods, his uncanny imitation of James Spader's performance is impressive, but it wasn't until much later in the series that he made the role his own. By the end of its second episode, Stargate SG-1 has already demonstrated its great potential as a show. The scope of the universe has widened, new foes and allies have been encountered, and the seeds of longer-running story threads have been firmly planted. With the iconic foursome of O'Neill, Jackson, Carter, and Teal'c together, SG-1 steps through the Stargate for their first year of adventures. Paralleling the original movie, critical reception to Children of the Gods was mixed, but it was a hit in the ratings. Showtime made a real event out of the premiere, following up the feature-length broadcast with a behind-the-scenes special with previews of upcoming episodes. The first episode generated Showtime's highest ratings ever for a series premiere up to that time. The network had initially ordered 22 episodes for a first season, but after such a successful debut, they increased this order to 44 episodes. For the time being, Stargate SG-1 was a bona fide hit. Unfortunately, Season 1 has a somewhat slow start. After the fast-paced thrills of Children of the Gods and the contained suspense of The Enemy Within, first-season efforts like Emancipation, The Broca Divide, and The First Commandment feel rote by comparison. Episode concepts which were done before or better by established science fiction shows. Things start to pick up around the middle of the season when Stargate leans back into its unique strengths. Episodes like The Nox and Thor's Hammer expand the Stargate universe even further, enriching the show's developing lore and folding in mythological influences beyond ancient Egypt. The later reveal of the Asgard is particularly memorable.
Oh my god.
I am the actual one, whom you know as Thor.
However, this mythological influence goes beyond simple aesthetics, leading to richly emotional storytelling in The Torment of Tantalus. While reviewing archival footage of the Stargate, O'Neill and Jackson are shocked to discover a previously successful attempt at activating the gate. The following expedition resulted in the loss of one Ernest Littlefield, fiancé to Catherine Langford, daughter of the Stargate's discoverer and the woman who recruited Daniel Jackson into the program. Now equipped with the knowledge needed to trace Ernest's whereabouts, Langford joins SG-1 on a rescue mission. In a departure from its usual fare, The Torment of Tantalus is less action-adventure and more of a science fiction fable about obsession and regret. The story repeatedly sets up a character's desire, only for the payoff to not quite measure up in some way. Langford is reunited with her long-lost love after many decades, only for Ernest to dismiss her and the SG team as hallucinations. Daniel is shown the find of his career, the embodiment of all of his passions, only to risk losing it a short time later. It's a dark and ponderous story, one which is stolen by its two guest performances. Elizabeth Hoffman as Catherine Langford, and Keane Curtis as Ernest Littlefield. Hoffman's take on Langford differs from the movie's original, more of a no-nonsense straight talker while still possessing a sense of warmth and friendliness. Ernest, meanwhile, despite his isolation, is less the expected crazed loner and more of a quirky hermit. By the time SG-1 finds him, he has spent more time living in this desolate castle than he ever did on Earth, yet he's been unable to move on from the life he lost. He is trapped within arm's reach of what he craves, but without any ability to use it, aptly mirroring the mythological figure of the episode's title. Daniel Jackson comes close to repeating Ernest's mistake. He becomes so obsessed with acquiring knowledge that he risks becoming trapped there himself. It is therefore fitting that Ernest is the one to break Daniel from his obsession.
I have to finish this.
It's not worth it.
This is.
Nothing is.
Well, our history as a people would be very different if everyone felt that way.
No prize is worth attaining if you can never share it. There would be no point. Believe me. I know.
In true Stargate fashion, the episode climaxes in a flight back to the Stargate as the ancient structure collapses around them, Jackson and O'Neill narrowly escaping before the castle is destroyed completely. The Torment of Tantalus is a quieter, more ponderous story than is typical for Stargate, but it manages to avoid pretension by keeping its focus squarely on the characters. This focus leads to more great outings in the first season, such as the Teal'c-centric Bloodlines. When Teal'c receives word that his son Ryak is to be implanted with a larval Goa'uld, He and SG-1 journey to Chulak to rescue Ryak and gain valuable intel on the enemy. Bloodlines is yet another quintessential Stargate SG-1 adventure with plenty of well-staged action. It also introduces the incomparable Master Braytak, played to excellence by Tony Amendola.
Not bad for a man of 133.
But it's Teal'c's journey which makes the episode stand out. In a sense, the story of Bloodlines hinges on Teal'c's hubris. At first, his mission is to stage a triumphant rescue of his wife and son. After all, if he could escape Apophis's rule, why can't he do the same for his family? And with SG-1 and Master Braytak at his side, what's to stop him? However, Teal'c is soon hit by the reality of his actions. He finds his family exiled and destitute. It's Teal'c's wife Drayak who wants Ryak implanted for his safety.
Did you see where I am raising your son? Do you know what I have endured to convince the priest that we are still loyal? They were about to lift the banishment so that we could return to the city.
Despite being confronted with this reality, Teal'c refuses to accept it, even going so far as to kidnap his son, an act which almost gets Ryak killed. Only then does the truth finally get through to Teal'c.
I'm sorry, my son. It is I who must do this to you. Forgive me, my son.
Bloodlines is so effective as an episode because it manages to have its cake and eat it too. We get plenty of great Stargate action, and yet the ultimate lesson Teal'c learns is that he can't just shoot his way to freedom. The oppression of the Goa'uld goes beyond simply having more advanced technology. His people are enslaved by, but also dependent on the Goa'uld. Going in guns blazing may end up doing more harm than good. This idea is also reflected in the B-plot of the episode. While Teal'c, O'Neill, and Braytak go after Teal'c's family, Carter and Jackson attempt to steal a symbiote for study.
Daniel, what are you thinking?
Just that every single one of these infant Goa'ulds will one day take a human life.
While cathartic in the moment, Daniel's actions ultimately harm his mission. After Teal'c is forced to give up his symbiote to save his son, Jackson and Carter have to scrub their mission to save Teal'c. Daniel's feelings in the moment may have been justified, but the lesson imparted to both he and Teal'c at the end of the episode is that this is a conflict they must fight with their heads as well as their hearts. Having made themselves a target of the Goa'uld, Season 1 sees the inevitable response from Apophis, an invasion of Earth itself. In a clever use of the alternate reality concept, the episode There But For the Grace of God gives the characters and the viewer a glimpse of the worst case scenario. While the action is confined to the standing sets of the SGC, the episode does a good job of conveying the devastation inflicted by the invasion.
Every one of those red dots is a destroyed city.
And the episode still manages to have fun with its concept, to play scenes which otherwise wouldn't be possible in the series. Granted, humanity can put up a fight, but Daniel's brief trip to an alternate reality makes it clear that in open battle, Earth is completely outmatched.
We're all in very big trouble. They're coming. They're coming.
With such a great setup, the episode Politics comes at the worst possible moment. Not only does the conniving and self-serving Kinsley swoop in to shut down the Stargate program, but he does so during a tiresome clip show episode. Politics does factor into the ongoing story at least, as Kinsley is successful in shutting down the Stargate program. Even so, placing this kind of episode here stifles some of the anticipation for the season finale. Within the Serpent's grasp sees SG-1 go rogue to intercept Apophis's invasion force and destroy it before it reaches Earth. The episode and its Season 2 opening follow-up, Within the Serpent's Lair, aptly display all of the show's strengths up to this point. The solid action, the sense of humor.
What now?
Now we die.
Well, that's a bad plan.
And focus on character. Even though the viewer knows deep down SG-1 will likely make it out alive, the strong writing does a good job of throwing out curveballs. Initially, SG-1 hopes to cripple Apophysis forces before they launch, only to discover they're on board a ship already on its way to Earth. This plan then turns into a suicide mission as SG-1 aims to destroy the ship while they're on board, only for a second mothership to render this plan redundant. Like any good adventure plot, it forces the viewer to wonder how exactly the heroes will get out of this one alive. The personal stakes of the action increase further when Jackson is mortally wounded in a firefight and left behind while SG-1 infiltrates the second ship.
Just go! I'll stay and watch your back.
In the end, it comes down to the wire. Jackson manages to heal himself and dive through the Stargate, while the rest of SG-1 and Braytak escape in some hijacked gliders just in the nick of time.
Space monkey. Yeah.
If you're enjoying this video and you'd like to see more, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel, or you can join me on Patreon. Making these kinds of feature-length videos takes a long time, which means long gaps between uploads, which the YouTube algorithm does not like. So if you want to help me make more videos like this, follow the link below to see retrospective reviews early, uncut, and ad-free. If you aren't able to, I appreciate you watching my work on YouTube all the same. The rest of Stargate SG-1's second year feels more confident in its identity. Retreads of territory firmly covered by the likes of Star Trek take a back seat in favour of Stargate's unique strengths. Having dealt a blow to Apophis, SG-1 faces off against an ever-expanding roster of new Goa'uld system lords. Despite my quibbles, the Goa'uld make for effective recurring antagonists. The change from body-hopping consciousness to slimy brainworms is a clever way of summing up the themes of the story. For all the pomposity and arrogance of the system lords who insist they should be worshipped as gods, they are literally nothing more than parasites. Their empire is built on the achievements of greater minds. However, I've always felt there was a missed opportunity in expanding the roster of villains for the show, that being one of character. While the system lords vary in design, they all essentially have the same personality. All the system lords are arrogant, pompous, and cruel. When they are challenged, they all throw out the same threats and protests, right down to their vocabulary. The main variation comes in the physical threat each of them poses. Nearty carries out stealthy assassinations, Hathor seduces and manipulates, and Baal plots and schemes from the shadows. While this leads to some solid action throughout the show, few of the Goa'uld become truly great characters. Though the Goa'uld are the main villains, many of Season 2's episodic outings don't rely on them to drive their plots. Unlike Star Trek, Stargate's internal logic is remarkably consistent across SG-1 and its later spin-offs. Despite the retcons with the Stargate movie, the rules of what specific technologies or aliens can and can't do are strictly adhered to. This discipline on the part of the writers leads to some incredibly creative plotting. For example, the plots of several episodes hinge on Stargate Command or an enemy weaponizing the Stargate itself in some way, thanks to the established rules of how the device works. It's a clever way to save money by confining the action to the standing sets, but it also cranks up the tension, turning everyday acts like dialing the gate into gripping races against time. And no episode showcases this ingenuity better than A Matter of Time. When Stargate Command loses contact with SG-10, they discover the planet the team was sent to is now orbiting a black hole. With the stranded team beyond saving due to time dilation, they attempt to shut the gate down, but they soon realize the gate is projecting the black hole's influence into the SGC. If they can't break the connection in time, the entire planet will be pulled into the Stargate and consumed by the black hole. While most of the time the SG teams contend with galactic despots, in A Matter of Time the enemies are the laws of physics. Time dilation is, for lack of a better term, such an inherently cool concept, and Stargate utilizes it to its fullest. The effect has overtones of cosmic horror as time and space within the SGC become more and more warped as the episode goes on. Yet this effect is also what allows the SG team to ultimately solve their problem. Thanks to time moving slower within the base, Carter has enough time to work on her calculations, and Hammond and Teal'c have enough time to acquire the resources needed to execute the planned solution. In that sense, the episode resembles the structure and themes of a classic disaster movie. It's a story which respects the awesome natural power the main characters have confronted, but it also commends human ingenuity and resourcefulness. This time the action isn't a gun battle or temple run, but a physics-defying set piece. By this point, the gravitational pull from the gate is so strong, O'Neill and a Special Forces soldier have to rappel down to it to set off a shape charge. It's fantastically staged with some clever trick shots establishing the warped gravity of the space. Also in true disaster movie form, anything that can go wrong does go wrong. Shattering glass slices up the two men, their lines snap, the time they have to escape the blast radius rapidly ticks down. It's all great stuff. A Matter of Time is a terrifically engaging piece of high-concept sci-fi, which wows with its action just as much as it wows with its ideas.
Well, this might be a little difficult to accept, but since you reported for duty yesterday, 2 weeks have actually gone by.
Go sleep, man.
In their ongoing struggle against the Goa'uld system lords, SG-1 encounters some new allies in Season 2, including the aforementioned Asgard, as well as the Tok'ra. In their two-part introductory episode, SG-1 encounters a resistance group of humans who are willingly joined with symbiotes. Though they would make for a powerful new ally, SG-1 and the Tok'ra fail to see eye to eye on one crucial matter.
Since you won't take new hosts by force, most of the time the Goa'uld dies with the host.
And this is what is about to happen to Selmak.
Unless one of you wishes to volunteer to serve as a host.
I'm gonna pass on that.
The Tok'ra and their wildly different culture and philosophy add some fascinating shades of grey to the larger arc of the series. Up until this point, symbiotes and the implantation of them are portrayed as something monstrous, so the idea that someone would willingly subject themselves to such a thing turns the characters' and viewers' assumptions on their heads. While the Goa'uld Empire has overtones of a feudal society which we can recognize, the Tok'ra are something truly alien. Despite their insistence that the joining of a symbiote with a host is fully consensual and both parties are enriched by their experience, there's still an instinctual squeamish reaction to seeing a serpentine creature worm its way into someone's head.
I mean, if you're so disgusted by the very thought of blending, then how can we be associated with one another? I mean, it's obvious that you have distaste for our very being.
Meeting the Tok'ra confronts SG-1 with a kind of prejudice they may not have been aware they harbored. Their hostility towards the Goa'uld should be the result of what the Goa'uld do, not what they are. Once again, the core conflict of the episode is resolved through a character-focused story. This time the story is centered on Samantha Carter and her relationship with her father. Jacob Carter was first introduced in the episode Secrets. Among the plotlines of that episode, it established Sam and Jacob's estranged status, a relationship which is only weakened further by Sam's work on the Stargate program.
I'm talking about getting you into NASA, Sam.
There's a waiting list a mile long.
Not for you.
Dad, you can't do that.
I did.
Without talking to me first.
You're telling me you don't want this?
The work I am doing right now is very important to me.
It's not your dream.
Let's just leave it at that, please.
At least talk to the man. Do that much for me.
I knew sooner or later you'd make this about you.
And unlike most Stargate episodes, the plotlines in Secrets aren't resolved by the end. Not only are Sam and her father still estranged by the end, but Sam is hit by some devastating news.
I have cancer, Sam.
What?
Lymphoma. I was hoping to stick around long enough to see you become an astronaut. Sweetheart, nothing in the world can live up to the chance of actually going to space.
I'm sorry, I can't.
This thing's gonna go on for months, so you don't have to check up on me tomorrow or anything.
Dad, please don't go like this.
Congratulations on the medal. I'm sure you deserve it.
In the Tok'ra, to prevent her father's death, she reveals the Stargate program to him in the hopes that his life may be saved by joining him with a symbiote. This is also one of many instances where General Hammond shines. In his first episode, Hammond is a stalwart commander who makes harsh decisions and stands by them, repeatedly clashing with O'Neill. But as the show goes on, Hammond reveals himself as a loyal friend to all those under his command. In the Tok'ra, he demonstrates that underlying warmth again when he allows Carter to reveal the Stargate program to her father.
I travel to other planets, much farther away than any astronaut goes.
What, like in simulations?
No, in reality.
We discovered a piece of alien technology. It can send us to thousands of planets all over the galaxy.
You're not kidding, are you?
No.
Holy Hannah.
Later, under the threat of a Goa'uld bombardment, Jacob has to decide if he should accept the Tok'ra symbiote. Not only does this moment help ally humanity and the Tok'ra, but it also brings Jacob closer to his daughter.
You gotta know one thing. How proud I am of you. Even when I thought you were this whiz satellite geek. I was proud.
However, in a bit of dramatic irony, the Carters, having finally repaired their relationship, are forced to separate again as Jacob goes to fight and live alongside the Tok'ra. Throughout the rest of the series, Jacob Carter, played wonderfully by Carmen Argenziano, becomes a dependable ally in any daring plan with slim odds of success. The Tok'ra is also an example of the show's writers finding new ways to refresh the main arc of the series. Considering how frequently the Goa'uld feature in the series, there's a definite risk of them becoming stale or too easy to defeat. Thankfully, this is a pitfall SG-1 walks right up to, but successfully avoids each time. This is particularly evident in episodes like The Serpent's Song. Having defeated Apophis, SG-1 are stunned when their vanquished foe asks for asylum from the other system lords. Though they take him in, Apophis slowly dies when his demand for a new host body is refused. What follows is an acting marathon from Peter Williams as he tries desperately to convince his captors to save his life.
In exchange for all the knowledge of the Goa'uld, the secrets of star travel, our weapons, our power.
Go to hell.
There's a mix of emotions in watching Apophis's final moments. On the one hand, seeing such an arrogant and cruel tyrant brought down to such a low level is cathartic. On the other hand, there's something pitiable in seeing a man who claims to be a literal god confronted with his death.
I am afraid.
But the most surprising turn is when Apophis's original host emerges.
Simui! Simui!
That's ancient Egyptian. This must be the host.
She won't die! She won't die!
Suddenly, the characters and the viewer are reminded of the human cost of the Goa'uld's tyranny. While the members of SG-1 have their grievances with Apophis, they pale in comparison to the nightmare the host has been put through for the past few millennia.
Shiyak Hanoi Son. Hehu.
I told him this funerary statue would take his last breath and carry his soul back to Egypt.
Yet despite this small act of solemnity, the closing scene of the episode is another reminder of the depths of Goa'uld cruelty.
Sokar has a sarcophagus in his possession. With it, he can revive Apophis even from death, and torture him as long as he pleases.
Stargate SG-1's second season proved to be a step up from the already solid first year. However, the two-part finale, a confrontation with the System Lord Hathor, is disappointing. Part 1, Out of Mind, is yet another clip show episode. Part 2, Into the Fire, gets things back on track with more action, but generally it's not nearly as impactful as the first season's finale. This feeling of dissatisfaction crops up in several other Season 3 outings. Make no mistake, the season as a whole is still strong, with many enjoyable one-off stories. There's the action-packed Foothold, which pits Carter and Teal'c against the rest of the SGC after they've been taken over by an alien incursion. And the touching family adventure of the Crystal Skull.
Goodbye, Grandpa.
However, the Goa'uld arc makes up the weaker portion of the season. Despite the successful shake-ups in Season 2, the Goa'uld conflict comes dangerously close to stagnation in Season 3. This isn't helped by some strangely delivered payoffs to story threads established in the show's very first episode. Daniel Jackson looking for a way to free his wife from Goa'uld control, and O'Neill hoping to do the same for his friend Skara, are arcs which maintain the personal stakes alongside the more epic scope of the story. What's odd, however, is how these personal arcs are concluded. Not in grand finales, but instead in episodic outings with no significant placement in the season.
I love you, Danielle.
I am sorry, Daniel Jackson.
I love you too.
Much better.
This oddity also crops up later in one of Teal'c's arcs. Teal'c's momentary nemesis Tanith, a Goa'uld agent who murdered Teal'c's lover Shinnok, is unceremoniously killed off in the pre-credits teaser of a later episodic.
Tanith is dead.
That's nice. I'm happy for you.
This kind of thing leaves a lot of Season 3 feeling somewhat aimless. This struggle to keep the main story arc fresh is most apparent in the two-parter Jolinar's Memories and The Devil You Know. When Jacob is trapped in a hellish Goa'uld prison, SG-1 leads a rescue operation aided by memories Carter inherited from a dying Tok'ra symbiote. The two-parter is filled with a lot of potential which the show unfortunately isn't able to fulfill. This is a pair of episodes where SG-1 have to fight their way out of the closest thing there is to hell and face the devil himself. This premise, paired with an aesthetic ripped right from a Frank Frazetta painting, would lead one to expect another spectacular SG-1 action-adventure. Instead, the focus is mostly given to Martouf's lingering feelings for his lost love Jolinar, and his current feelings for Carter. This wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but Martouf is such a bland and uninteresting character, it really drags much of the episode down. Even so, the conclusion of Jolinar's Memories is notable for the surprise return of an old enemy.
I will reclaim my real name. Apophis.
I have mixed feelings on this. While Peter Williams is great in the role, and part of Season 3's issues is the lack of a chief villain, this two-parter already remedied that problem with the introduction of Sokar. In contrast to the shallow pomposity of other System Lords, Sokar is genuinely chilling. While other System Lords decorate themselves in gleaming armor or garish robes, Sokar is dressed in a dark cloak, the hood of which shrouds his pale face and milky eyes. While other System Lords orate loudly in booming voices, Sokar's power is communicated by how calm and measured his speech is.
Tell me, and I will grant you your wish, and brand you Lord of the Underworld.
All in all, Sokar could have been perfectly fitting as the new chief villain of the show. Instead, he is swapped out for Apophis, who rebels against him and gains control of Sokar's ships and armies, which threatens the balance of power in the galaxy. This feels redundant to me, as that threat already existed with Sokar. The show simply swapped out a new villain posing this threat with a familiar villain posing the same threat. It gives the series its big bad guy again, but perhaps at the cost of something more creatively fresh. Thankfully, a new recurring foe is introduced at the end of Season 1, the Replicators. Just as SG-1 are about to go on some leave, O'Neill is suddenly beamed away to an Asgard ship. Expecting to find his old ally Thor, he instead encounters a swarm of insect-like machines which are quickly devouring the ship. Taking inspiration from the work of nanotechnologist K. Eric Drexler and mathematician John Van Neumann, the Replicators offer a change of pace and antagonists for SG-1. Much like the Borg in Star Trek, the Replicators have a relentlessness to them. Nemesis, like all Replicator-focused episodes, combines two of Stargate's main strengths as a show: well-staged action and creative plotting engineered by in-universe consistency. Nemesis is packed with escalating tension as the Replicators spread like a virus throughout the spacecraft. Bullets hold them at bay for only so long. Instead, the solution is for SG-1 to crash the ship into Earth's atmosphere, riding the flaming wreck until they have enough power to escape through the Stargate. The Season 4 opener Small Victories is even stronger, which features surviving Replicators from the crash taking over a Russian submarine. Fighting the Replicators on a spaceship was already bad enough, but the claustrophobic interior of a submarine makes the battle even more desperate. Echoing James Cameron's Aliens, Daniel Jackson is forced to watch helplessly as the machines trap and then overwhelm O'Neill and Teal'c. O'Neill dropping his usually flippant attitude helps to sell the danger even more.
Listen to me! We are not getting out of here! Mission accomplished! Blow it! Jack! Davis! Give the order!
Once again, Carter engineers another fiendishly clever solution to save the team just in the nick of time, but it's made clear that the Replicators pose an even greater threat than the Goa'uld. Thankfully, they're confined to another galaxy, for now. Although Apophis may have returned as the main villain of the show, Season 4 surprisingly changes gears by focusing many of its episodes on espionage and intrigue rather than space opera. What's most refreshing, however, is how this change turns a lot of our attention back to Earth. Now 4 years into the Stargate mission, this season carries with it a sense of how SG-1's missions are starting to change things on Earth. This is seen in episodes like Watergate, which sees SG-1 discover a rival Russian Stargate program.
It is quite beautiful.
What?
The rapid pressurization might cause your ears to block.
And Chain Reaction, where SG-1 comes into conflict with the mysterious organization known as the Trust.
I'm not leaving till I get what I came for.
Oh. And what are you going to do?
Well, I was thinking about shooting you.
The Trust was first hinted at during the Season 2 episode Touchstone, and later in Season 3's Shades of Grey, a rogue organization hoping to exploit the Stargate program to obtain advanced technology by any means they deem necessary. The Trust arc touches on a consistently strong point of conflict throughout the show concerning the very purpose of the Stargate program itself. On the one hand, Carter and Jackson view their mission primarily as one of exploration. On the other hand are O'Neill and Teal'c, who view their mission primarily as a way of acquiring new technologies to strengthen their respective worlds against the Goa'uld. Although the pitch for Stargate SG-1 was essentially Star Trek without the spaceship, the absence of a prime directive and its contemporary setting make it markedly different from the adventures of the USS Enterprise. Friend of the channel Daniel Orrit put it succinctly in our commentary of the original movie.
Compared to like Star Trek with its prime directive and all that, I love the fact that Stargate, the first thing humans do as soon as they're at like minutes within getting onto the galactic stage for the first time is kill the head of state of the biggest nation in the galaxy and just bugger off. Like immediately chuck a tarpaulin over the Stargate and just leave it.
And they're also
So
just
perfect.
like, oh, do you want machine guns? We've got plenty of those.
Yeah, all your gods are fake. Here are machine guns.
These clashing viewpoints often lead to questions of how far the ends justify the means, as well as the moral responsibility SG-1 has taken upon itself as galactic liberators. This moral conflict is also at the heart of episodes like The Other Side.
You said yourself that we could not and would not devote the resources necessary to win a war.
Obviously, I was speaking in terms of committing military assets, human lives.
But there was a moral issue.
Yes.
But if we can provide the power of all that and more in the form of water, then the moral issue just evaporates. We're about to turn the tide of a world war that we know nothing about against an enemy that we know nothing about. Is that the right way to get their technology? Yes, but is it the right thing to do?
As well as the Tolan story arc.
I assume you want weapons technology.
One of those ion cannons would be nice.
And for what will you use such a cannon?
To defend ourselves against the Goa'uld?
But our research shows that you are far more likely to use our technology against enemies on your own planet.
These stories, as well as those surrounding the Trust, also serve to hold up a mirror to our characters, to make them question if their actions are always right. This is especially effective with O'Neill, whose military mindset often clashes with Jackson's more philosophical stances. This is where I have to state another controversial minority opinion because, despite how strong the cast is, Colonel Jack O'Neill is, in my opinion, the weakest. This is not to say Richard Dean Anderson puts in a poor performance or the character is overall weak, it's just that next to the other characters, O'Neill is the least interesting of the main team. Like his movie counterpart, Michael Shanks' Dr. Daniel Jackson is notable for breaking his nerdy archetype in some quite interesting ways. Despite his hurried speech pattern, he isn't a bumbling dork, but is instead highly confident and passionate. In later seasons, he even looks and acts the part of an action hero on par with O'Neill. Amanda Tapping's Samantha Carter is hyper-competent, smart, good-looking, and able to handle herself in a firefight, yet she's also soft-spoken and humble, maintaining an innate likability even when she's given the unenviable task of rattling off the majority of the show's sci-fi technobabble. Christopher Judge's Teal'c could so easily have become a Worf clone, but Judge balances his considerable physical presence with a sageness which is underpinned by his impossibly deep voice. His character feels almost Tolkien-esque in his quiet nobility and unshakable sense of honor, as well as loyalty to his friends. O'Neill, by contrast, feels far too close to the Han Solo archetype, a swaggering, wisecracking man of action who laughs in the face of danger and saves the world like it's no big deal. The deeper element, that this quipping persona is merely a front to hide the lingering pain over the loss of his son, is touched on and dispensed with quite early, leaving just the archetypal personality without as much depth. There's also the tired jocks versus nerds dynamic between O'Neill, Carter, and Jackson. However, this shortcoming is more a result of aging poorly than poor writing. Having a character to cut through the sci-fi technobabble and laser focus on what's important can be a valuable tool for a writer. What rubs me the wrong way about O'Neill is how he not only fails to understand basic and well-communicated information, but also seems to look down on Jackson and Carter having passion for their fields of interest. Richard Dean Anderson is certainly far more definitive as O'Neill than Kurt Russell, and Anderson's light-hearted influence on the series was a positive. However, at times O'Neill's flippant attitude can detract from the drama of many episodes. A prime example of this comes in the aforementioned Bloodlines. Teal'c returns to his homeworld and is confronted by the possibility that his wife and son have been murdered. While Christopher Judge wows with a committed and sensitive performance, O'Neill stands off to the side looking like he's been waiting for a bus too long. It's also worth saying that despite O'Neill's image as a quip machine, the vast majority of his lines aren't that sharp or witty. He comes out with some gems now and then.
The vehicle performed within expected parameters.
Woohoo! Sorry, sir. I couldn't help but get caught up in Teal'c's enthusiasm.
But for the most part, his shtick is made up of sarcasm and awkward pauses.
Sokar is a Goa'uld of ancient times. He was once ruler of the System Lords, but was defeated by an alliance of Goa'uld many centuries ago.
Yeah, basically he was the original Satan.
Now, isn't that special?
Ironically, while Kurt Russell was at his best in the Stargate movie as a winking badass, Richard Dean Anderson is at his best in the few instances he takes things seriously. All that being said, the humour Anderson brought to the O'Neill character, and to the show as a whole, does shine in the fan-favourite episode Window of Opportunity. While exploring some ancient ruins on a planet ravaged by solar flares, O'Neill, Teal'c, and alien archaeologist Malachi are struck by an energy wave which sends them into a time loop. The only way to escape the loop is to translate the ancient writings on an altar found in the ruins. Time loops as a concept were relatively new outside of literature at the time. Even so, Star Trek The Next Generation and The X-Files both beat Stargate to the punch with their time loop episodes. But while those shows used the concept to tell dark, suspenseful stories, SG-1 differentiates itself by using the concept for comedy.
Every time we loop, Daniel asks me a question, and I wasn't listening the first time.
You're not the only one who must endure some discomfort, O'Neill.
Sorry, sir. I didn't realize you were there.
The details of why the time loop began and how to stop it are immaterial. The highlight of the episode comes in the middle when O'Neill and Teal'c realize that as long as they are trapped in the loop, they are free from the consequences of their actions. The following Groundhog Day-like montage is a delight as the two run amok in the SGC.
Colonel O'Neill, what the hell are you doing? In the middle of my backswing!
Having O'Neill and Teal'c be the ones stuck in the loop rather than the more intellectual Carter and Jackson is what makes this light-hearted touch work so well. They don't escape the loop via some technical trick as Carter and Jackson would have done, but by reasoning with Malachi, the instigator of the loop, on an emotional level.
I lost my son! I know! And as much as I could never live that over again. Could you?
Window of Opportunity is Stargate SG-1 at its most charming and fun. It also demonstrates how the show's unique creative vision can make old ideas feel fresh again.
Well, General, you know what they say. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
For the season finale, SG-1 once again contend with their old enemy Apophis. When the Goa'uld agent Tanith reveals the location of the Tok'ra's main base to Apophis, SG-1 races to evacuate while also using the opportunity to set a trap. Thanks to considerable advances in visual effects technology, Exodus manages to be even more epic in scope than SG-1's first showdown with Apophis without being a rehash. The episode graces us with multiple space battles, dogfights, and chases across the entire star system. But it's SG-1's trap for Apophis which is the true highlight. Using a spare Stargate, the team dials the black hole from the episode A Matter of Time and hurls it into the nearest star, forcing it to go supernova and wipe out the entire system, Apophis' fleet included. Action, spectacle, and drama are at their height in this finale and its follow-up enemies. Not only do SG-1 and the Tok'ra face down a Goa'uld fleet, but Teal'c also chases down his new nemesis Tanith, and SG-1 has to deal with Teal'c itself when he is briefly brainwashed to siding with Apophis again. It's a truly stunning two-parter. But by the end, with most of his fleet destroyed and his ship hurled into another galaxy, Apophis finally meets his end at the hands of the Replicators. Once again, the show was without a main villain, but thankfully the writing for the 5th season doesn't repeat old mistakes. Instead, it takes the opportunity to build up a new impending threat. Season 5 features many terrific standalone episodes. There's the claustrophobic horror of The Tomb.
Sir, we found the creature. It's dead.
That's good news.
The only problem is the symbiote's no longer inside it. That leaves Daniel, Major Valarin, and... well, the two of you, sir.
The tense race against time in Failsafe.
You know, I'd like to take this opportunity to say that this is a very poorly designed bomb, and I think we should say something to somebody when we get back.
I agree, sir.
And the fourth wall-breaking 100th episode celebration of the series itself, Wormhole Extreme.
We've already established that 1 shot stuns and 2 shots kills. Nick just shot everybody twice.
So 3 shots disintegrates them.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that, because that is quite possibly the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say.
Soon after this amusing diversion, Stargate SG-1 restates the threat of the Goa'uld once again in the two-parter Summit and Last Stand. Daniel Jackson goes undercover at a meeting of the most powerful system lords in the hopes of using a Tok'ra poison to assassinate them all. However, matters are complicated when a possessed former lover of Daniel's, Sarah Gardner, arrives at the summit as the herald of a powerful new threat, Anubis. At this point in the show, SG-1 seemed to be on a winning streak. Having taken out Apophis a second time and fended off the replicators, the mission in Summit would seem like a slam dunk. This is why the two-parter makes sure to humble the characters severely. Not only does Daniel fail in his original mission, but he even fails in his impromptu one. He refuses to carry out the plan when the Osiris-possessed Sarah shows up, then he holds back to wait for Anubis, and after he's discovered, he's forced to leave Sarah behind anyway. The System Lords are not only not harmed, but they are stronger, having allied themselves with Anubis. Meanwhile, the Tok'ra fall under direct attack from another of Anubis' servants. Unlike previous battles, this attack is devastating. The action is grittier than usual, emphasizing the destructive power of Goa'uld weaponry and the loss of life sustained by the Tok'ra and the SG teams. The events serve as a wake-up call to the characters, who risked becoming complacent due to their recent victories. This complacency is well highlighted in a small scene between Daniel and a System Lord servant.
But what if they do not care what we have seen and heard? Because when they are done eating the symbiotes, they plan to put the leftovers in us.
You should only be so fortunate. I have served my master so well for so long in the hope that one day he would grant me the honor of implantation.
The honor?
Yes.
Having fought the Goa'uld for so long, Daniel seems almost personally offended by the idea of anyone still revering them. But after Last Stand, the Goa'uld's grip on power is still very much intact. It's clear that despite all they have achieved, SG-1 still has a long way to go. SG-1's other recurring foe, the Replicators, also make an unexpected appearance this season in Menace. On a planet desolated long ago by war, the team discovers a dormant android they later come to know as Reese. Talking with Reese, a great many questions soon arise. What happened to the planet? Why is she the only survivor? And why are there replicator blocks near where she was found? As Daniel gets to know the childlike android more, these questions are soon given some disturbing answers.
Remember when you said you wished that you could have more fun?
Yeah?
Don't be afraid. It's just a toy.
As much as I begrudge Stargate SG-1's tendency to over-explain its lore, for example with the Goa'uld, revealing this as the origin of the Replicators creates more story possibilities rather than closing them off. Knowing the Replicators were created as playthings by a child gives them an unexpectedly tragic quality. It's also an opportunity to highlight more of the team's prejudices, particularly O'Neill's. Unlike Daniel, O'Neill refuses to see Reese as a living person, and inadvertently repeats the mistakes of those on her homeworld. By failing to see past her artificiality and treating her as an other, O'Neill unwittingly brings about the scenario he fears the most, as Reese soon turns her toys against the base. Ironically, the machines only become a threat because of a failure to treat them with some humanity.
You didn't have to shoot her. Yes, I did. They didn't stop because you shot her. They stopped because she told them to. Look. I'm sorry. But this is the way it had to go down. And you know it.
This is SG-19er. Commence sweep. I want every one of those damn things out of here.
As SG-1's 5th season entered production, fans were met with a two-punch combo of bad news. Firstly, Showtime had decided to cancel the series due to declining ratings. The impact of this news was heavily mitigated thanks to the Sci-Fi Channel stepping in to renew the series relatively quickly. Secondly, Michael Shanks had announced he would be leaving the series, and there was nothing to soften this blow. There have been various rumours and theories surrounding Shanks' departure over the years, but the actor has since said that the chief reason was creative dissatisfaction. Daniel Jackson's main arc of rescuing his wife from the clutches of Apophis was wrapped up in Season 3. The following season began a new arc, but it was effectively a repeat of the first. A love interest is taken over by a Goa'uld, and Daniel seeks to free her. As Jackson developed as a character, he also moved further away from his scientific roots and more towards an action role. I previously mentioned this as a strength of the character, as it subverts the usual nerdy archetype. However, an unintended consequence of this is that Jackson starts to become a lot more like O'Neill. Not only does Daniel get more comfortable with guns, but he also develops a similar sense of humor.
If you're implying that everything Russian-made is of poor quality, actually, the sub is Swiss.
So they occasionally catch fire, but they keep perfect time. Sorry. I think I've been hanging around Jack O'Neill too much.
The asteroid's core is composed almost entirely of naquita.
Of course it is.
It makes up about 45% of the total mass.
Of course it does.
This character change possibly contributed to Shanks feeling as though he was no longer an important part of the series. Outside of his function of translating ancient texts, which could easily be done by another character, it could be argued Daniel Jackson lost his uniqueness as a character. Therefore, during the production of Season 5, Shanks asked to be written out of the show. In the penultimate episode of the season, Meridian, Daniel Jackson suffers a slow and painful death from radiation poisoning. In his last moments, he is given a choice to die on Earth or ascend to a higher plane of existence. In a moving scene, he says farewell to the friend who has been with him since the beginning.
You just giving up? No. No, I'm not giving up, believe me. I have to go now. Everything's gonna be fine.
Reflecting the feelings of the production team, Season 5 eschews the normal cliffhanger in favour of something more poignant, but also uncertain. Though there would be more adventures through the Stargate, could the show endure at its new home without one of its core cast members? While Stargate SG-1's ratings were slowly declining over its first 5 years, this wasn't the true cause of its cancellation, as most long-running TV shows usually see a ratings decline. The chief reason was plateauing subscription numbers. Stargate's network Showtime was a premium cable channel, and so a good chunk of its revenue came from paid subscriptions as opposed to advertising. Stargate SG-1 had initially brought in a subscriber boost for the network, but this steady stream gradually slowed to a trickle. Showtime attempted to make up the difference by syndicating SG-1 to other networks, but by the 5th season, Showtime believed the series had stagnated. However, it was thanks to Showtime syndicating the show that SG-1 was quickly renewed, as one of the recipients of the syndication package was the Sci-Fi Channel. The Sci-Fi Channel began life as a home for reruns and the occasional schlocky B-movie, but at the turn of the millennium, the channel made a push for original programming, commissioning expensive productions like Frank Herbert's Dune and Farscape. Reruns of SG-1 had been very successful on the channel, and so when SG-1 was dropped by Showtime, the Sci-Fi Channel was happy to step in and add SG-1 to its growing roster of original programming. In many ways, the Sci-Fi Channel proved to be a more suitable home for SG-1. Showtime, being a premium cable network akin to HBO, often aimed its programming strictly towards adults, as opposed to the more family-friendly adventure series SG-1 would become. Even so, SG-1 initially tried to fit the expected mold at Showtime, featuring nudity and violence in its premiere episode, which feels very jarring in retrospect. The Sci-Fi Channel, however, was much broader with its programming. Stargate SG-1 could not only fit comfortably on the cable network, but even pull in new viewers who may not have been able to fork out the cash for a Showtime subscription. For the time being, the Sci-Fi Channel appeared to be the ideal new home for Stargate SG-1. A more complicated problem to solve, however, was the departure of Michael Shanks as Dr. Daniel Jackson. Though the actor was convinced to return for a handful of one-off episodes, it was clear SG-1 needed a new member. Thankfully, this new member already presented themselves at the end of Season 5. Jonas Quinn, played by Corin Nemec, was introduced in the episode Meridian. Despite Corin Nemec only being 1 year Michael Shanks' junior, the character Jonas Quinn is clearly intended to be much younger than the rest of SG-1. This creates a new dynamic between Quinn and the rest of the cast. Whereas Jackson was an equal colleague to Colonel O'Neill, Quinn has to work hard to prove himself. Quinn also forms an unlikely bond with Teal'c, as the two can relate to each other as outsiders to Earth culture and custom. In a sense, Teal'c takes on the role of Quinn's big brother on the team. Meanwhile, Carter bonds with Quinn over their shared love of science. This is quite a refreshing change after Daniel Jackson gradually adopted O'Neill's sardonic temperament and lost some of his wide-eyed enthusiasm for SG-1's adventures. Because of this, Jonas Quinn's easygoing attitude and childlike curiosity are welcome additions to the show.
It's just that it's my first time in space. We'd only begun to consider the possibility of space travel. To actually be out here it's amazing.
Indeed.
Overall, Jonas Quinn successfully avoids the trap of being Diet Daniel Jackson and instead carves out a unique presence in the show. Despite his many strengths, what lets Jonas Quinn down as a character is his lack of development throughout the season. His introduction is well handled, and his dynamic with the rest of the team is interesting, even refreshing, but there are few great Jonas Quinn-centric episodes. For the most part, Quinn is a solid supporting character, but never feels truly equal to the main cast. There is, however, the hint of some greater potential. During a clash with the System Lord Nearty, there's the revelation that Quinn's DNA is somehow different than other humans.
You're not human.
I'm human. I'm just not from Earth.
Those few thousand years on another world have changed you more than you know.
Whether this was meant to hint at a larger arc for Quinn in the future is unclear, but ultimately, due to this lack of development, Jonas Quinn comes off as likeable but bland. There may have been potential for more, but unfortunately we'll never know. The reasons for this will be explored later. Despite SG-1's renewal on Sci-Fi coming with a slightly reduced budget, Season 6 opens with a bang in the two-parter Redemption, which sees the SGC and the Rebel Jaffa in their first major confrontation with Anubis. I said previously that despite how effective the Goa'uld are as recurring villains, as characters few of them surpass the presence of Ra in the original movie. That is, with the exception of Anubis. Whether it was a conscious effort by the writers or not, the greater sense of threat from Anubis comes as a result of remixing two of Stargate's best villains into a new character. Part of what made Ra so effective in the original movie was a sense of the unknown, something which isn't present with parasitic snakes. Anubis, being a partially ascended being with remarkable powers, retains some of that cosmic mysteriousness which the System Lords following Ra lacked. Then there's the character's appearance. At first glance, Anubis broadly resembles Sokar with his dark robes and calmer speaking voice, elements which made Sokar feel quite chilling, which carry over to Anubis. While other System Lords are essentially outer space tyrants with a cool aesthetic, Anubis feels like a genuinely powerful cosmic threat. That threat is properly communicated in the sprawling epic that is Redemption. Not only do we get some more Stargate warfare, with Anubis turning the SGC's Stargate into a bomb, but Teal'c also leads a raid on one of Anubis' bases with the help of Bra'tac and his son. Not only does this plotline pack in some good old-fashioned Stargate action, but it also features some great drama. After the sudden death of his wife, Teal'c fights to repair his relationship with his estranged son, Ryak.
Everything I have done for you.
And I am ashamed, for you have done nothing but bring pain and misery, and above all, false hope to countless Jaffa.
Then fire your weapon.
Christopher Judge delivers yet another richly emotional performance in the episode, especially in the scene where Teal'c and his son finally make amends.
Whether you believe in me or what I have chosen to do does not change the fact that I have never doubted your heart, Ryak. You need never win back my trust, my son, for you have never lost it.
The climax of the episode is a nail-biting set-piece, which sees O'Neill propel the unstable Stargate through a hyperspace window just in the nick of time, a plan which only succeeds thanks to Jonas Quinn's help, which secures him a place on SG-1. Stargate SG-1 couldn't have hoped for a better start to its new life on the Sci-Fi Channel, kicking off the season in spectacular fashion with thrilling action, creative plotting, and moving character drama. Redemption is also notable for the introduction of the F-302, humanity's first space-capable fighter. The F-302 is emblematic of another core strength of Stargate SG-1 as a series, which is the satisfaction the viewer gets from slowly seeing humanity transform into a spacefaring civilization. In their first year of adventures, the Stargate was the only piece of advanced technology at the SGC's disposal, but by its 6th year, Earthlings, or the Tauri as they are known to the rest of the galaxy, have gone from underdogs to a burgeoning galactic power. Thanks to the remarkable consistency of the show's internal logic and continuity, this thread feels extra rewarding for fans who can pinpoint the exact episode the Tauri acquired new technology and how it has been reverse engineered over the course of the series. The F-302 is the culmination of one thread, but the truly grand payoff comes in the episode Prometheus. When Carter has a run-in with an investigative journalist on the cusp of uncovering the Stargate program, the Pentagon offers the journalist and her team a once-in-a-generation exclusive for their latest project, the X-303, aka the Prometheus, Earth's first interstellar spacecraft. Naturally, things go haywire when it turns out the journalist's team are operatives working for the Trust.
Al, why are you doing this?
They're paying me.
We're supposed to be friends.
They're paying me a lot.
Who promptly hijack the ship and take it into orbit, leading to some Die Hard-style space-based action. The Prometheus itself continues the show's strong track record of outstanding design work. The aforementioned F-302 not only looks fantastic on screen, but it perfectly symbolizes the history behind its creation. It's the shape of a Goa'uld death glider, but with the color scheme and detailing of a modern-day fighter jet. The Prometheus, on the other hand, looks like a modern-day Navy destroyer which has somehow sprouted rocket engines. The bulky shape of the thing also alludes to its origins, resembling less a spacecraft and more a titanic fortress. This is a design feature which future Tauri spaceship designs would further lean into, with the later Daedalus class looking like something halfway between a Gothic cathedral and an outer space warship.
So what didn't they go for?
The name I suggested.
For the ship. Yeah. Sir, we can't call it the Enterprise.
Why not?
While Prometheus is a great piece of standalone action fun, its follow-up, Unnatural Selection, veers into darker territory. Immediately after recapturing the Prometheus, Thor appears on the bridge and asks for SG-1's help in once again fighting the Replicators, who have taken over the Asgard world Hala. After offloading their unwelcome guests, SG-1 travel to Hala to activate a time dilation device to trap the Replicators there forever. Unnatural Selection is another great example of SG-1's trademark ingenuity, but it's also an example of some atypical darkness. There's some truly striking imagery when the Prometheus touches down on Hala, its surface having been flattened by the Replicators who have harvested all raw materials. The foreboding atmosphere created by the sight of this eerie landscape and the sound of distant thunder is intensified further when the team discover...
Sir, you're not gonna like this.
And when SG-1 encounter a new form of replicator.
If you haven't noticed, this entire planet is paved with replicators.
We are aware of this. We cannot allow you to stop them, I'm afraid.
Why not?
We are replicators.
At first, this new step in replicator evolution would appear to be a step backwards. After all, part of what made the replicators so threatening was their unrelenting swarm-like nature. Having such an enemy evolve into a more fallible human form risks undermining the danger they pose. However, this is quite intentional as the episode manages to combine its ingenuity and its darkness into a thrilling but disturbing climax, when Carter and O'Neill trick the replicator known as Fifth into letting them go.
So set the timer for 5 minutes.
It's cutting it awfully close, sir.
I know that, Major.
This turn of events builds on a similar idea seen in the previous season's Menace, where the burgeoning humanity of these cold machines is used against them.
They're escaping.
There's still 2 minutes left.
No, my son. They've made a fool of you.
They won't leave me, she promised.
Although SG-1 may have escaped for now, they would soon come to confront the consequences of this troubling act.
You used his humanity against him. He wasn't human. Get that through your heads.
He could have fooled me.
Another significant departure from Stargate's usual fare comes in the episode The Changeling. Teal'c wakes up from a strange dream, only he has no forehead tattoo and no symbiote. In fact, he seems to be a perfectly ordinary human firefighter named T. What follows is an esoteric trip through dreams and reality as Teal'c constantly shifts between his life as a member of SG-1 and his other life as a firefighter.
Something's wrong. He knows it. What is happening?
I'm sorry, Teal'c. I didn't mean to wake you.
The episode itself was written by Christopher Judge, who uses the opportunity to show off his acting range by switching constantly between the stoic warrior Teal'c and the laid-back emergency serviceman with a heart of gold, T. By this point in the series, Judge is so familiar as his Stargate character that it's almost jarring to hear him speak with a normal human voice. The rest of the cast are also clearly enjoying the opportunity to stretch their acting muscles. The viewer is left constantly guessing as to what is really happening here, with a brief shot of Teal'c and Braytak in the aftermath of a battle providing a possible clue. But it isn't until T talks to Daniel Jackson, appearing as a psychologist of the same name, that the truth presents itself.
If you can't distinguish between them, if the one seems equally as real as the other, maybe you don't belong in either one.
In some ways, the episode could be compared to Deep Space Nine's Far Beyond the Stars, at least in presentation if not in subject matter. But whereas the DS9 episode ended its story on an effective, ambiguous note, the Changeling's final revelation is more definitive and therefore a tad disappointing. The twist is a clever one, and Teal'c is significantly changed by the events, but unfortunately this reveal can be summed up by the phrase, "It was all a dream." Even so, the dream is certainly a fascinating one, which affords the cast and crew the opportunity to step outside their comfort zones and experiment with the show's format. While the episode may abruptly rein itself in by the end, The Changeling is still memorable for that brief moment it was let loose. Soon after The Changeling, SG-1's 6th season comes to an end in full circle, which at one point was intended to end the series itself. Executive producers Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper planned to wrap up SG-1 after 6 seasons. The original plan was for Stargate to return to the big screen in an SG-1 movie, which would set up a new spin-off show. In a sense, this would take Stargate in the same direction as Star Trek in the late 90s. Just as the Next Generation crew continued their adventures on the big screen while Deep Space Nine and Voyager expanded the Star Trek mythos on television, so too would the SG-1 ensemble lead a series of movies, while a new spin-off show would entertain audiences on television. The SG-1 movie would never see the light of day, however, as SG-1 the television show was renewed for a 7th season. The show was a rating smash for the Sci-Fi Channel, overtaking Farscape as the channel's most watched regular series. Due to the expense of a theatrically released feature film and the support from the Sci-Fi Channel, MGM, Wright, and Cooper ultimately decided to continue SG-1 on the small screen, folding in their ideas for a movie into the 7th season. Season 7 would see yet another shake-up to the show, or depending on how you look at it, a return to the norm, as Michael Shanks rejoined the cast as Daniel Jackson. Soon after leaving the show, Shanks was allegedly quite surprised by the vocal fan reaction to his departure. After all, his main reason for leaving was a sense that his character wasn't all that important anymore, so to see such a reaction came as quite a shock. Although he was no longer a regular cast member, Shanks was able to make several guest appearances throughout Season 6. During each return trip to the SG-1 set, Shanks was reminded of how much he enjoyed working with the cast and crew, who had grown close after over half a decade together. In a relatively short amount of time after leaving the show, Shanks and his representation entered negotiations to return to the series. Daniel Jackson being such a popular character among fans meant the showrunners were receptive to the idea. However, the possibility of adding an additional cast member's salary to the show's budget, and allegedly quite a handsome one at that, meant writing Jonas Quinn out of the show in order to return Dr. Jackson to SG-1. One can't help feel a little bit bad for Corin Nemec, who was just beginning to find his feet, and whose character had some great potential. However, Nemec understood the reasons for the change, and departed the series on good terms with the cast and crew. Thus, in the aforementioned Season 6 finale Full Circle, Jackson, in his ascended form, is punished when he tries to intervene in corporeal matters by stopping Anubis attacking Abydos. As punishment for his crime, Daniel is transformed back into a regular human being, and the knowledge he gained while ascended is erased from his mind. In Season 7's two-part opener Fallen and Homecoming, Daniel reacquaints himself with his old life, while SG-1 races to stop Anubis from acquiring a powerful new weapon from Jonas Quinn's homeworld. The two-parter deftly balances Daniel's return and Quinn's departure without either element subtracting from the other. Ironically, the brief time Jackson and Quinn work together on screen showcases how great these two could be together as regulars. Although Quinn found a bond with Teal'c and Carter, his work alongside Daniel Jackson is the first time he comes across as a genuine equal to any other member of the team.
Okay, do some kind of keyword search?
Yeah, for what, Achilles? Well, that's good. I'm glad to see that your memory's finally coming back, not to mention your razor-sharp wit, but why don't we try something like power core venting?
In the end, Jonas's return to his home world is tactful rather than rushed. While he never became all that close with SG-1, he was a steadfast ally, and his arc is given a fine conclusion.
You earned it.
Thanks.
And not a second after Quinn has left, SG-1 is back, the way fans know and love.
It's not that I mind rejoining SG-1 and exploring the galaxy, meeting new cultures, Jeopardy, saving the world, that kind of thing. We get paid for this, right?
Despite this initial feeling of business as usual, which characterizes many standalone episodes in the first half of Season 7, the second half of the season ramps up the threat of Anubis with the introduction of the Cull. First introduced in the two-parter Evolution, Teal'c and Bra'tac come across the aftermath of a recent battle. At first they believe it to be the result of a System Lord rivalry, only for the true perpetrator to reveal himself. Though initially intimidating in the original movie, after 7 seasons the Jaffa could be likened to the stormtroopers of Star Wars. Cannon fodder enemies who can barely hit the broadside of a barn and are easily dispatched with a healthy spray of bullets.
This is a weapon of terror. It's made to intimidate the enemy. This is a weapon of war. It's made to kill your enemy.
This is why the Cull warriors are so effective in their introduction. Not only are they borderline invincible, but what lies beneath their armor is truly horrifying. The Cull are not inhuman, but abhuman. Things given just enough life to understand how to take orders and how to kill, but little else. They appear not as corpses, but creatures who never fully formed.
I serve Anubis.
While their introduction in Evolution is a memorable one, the conclusion of the two-parter becomes sidetracked by a hostage plot in South America. The Cull's best episode in my opinion comes later in the season in Death Knell. When the Alpha site comes under sudden attack from Anubis' forces, Jack and Teal'c are sent to find Carter, who is missing in action. The highlight of the episode is Carter's Predator-inspired contest with a pursuing Cull warrior. While Carter is highly competent, being as handy with a machine gun as she is with a microscope, Death Knell shows us a side of the character we rarely get to see. Alone, in the field, with no gadgets or weapons, Carter has nothing to rely on to survive but her own wits and resourcefulness. It's always great to see Stargate go gritty with its action, and it's no more effective than in Death Knell, which has some truly nail-biting moments. In these wordless stretches, the episode resembles the excellent Who Monitors the Birds from Space Above and Beyond, but much of Death Knell's runtime is taken up by the B-plot of the Tok'ra and Free Jaffa ending their alliance. This is an important story turn, building on the tension between the two factions first seen in the previous season's terrific episode Allegiance, and there's also rich material for Jacob when he realizes the Tok'ra leadership have cut him out of decision making. There's also a logic in pairing these events with the down and dirty desperation of Carter's plotline. However, the two halves of the episode ultimately end up distracting from rather than reinforcing each other. That being said, it's still a captivating showcase of Samantha Carter's character, and another demonstration of the threat posed by Anubis. That same grit features prominently in the two-parter Heroes, which follows a documentary crew commissioned by the US president to put a positive spin on the Stargate program for the day it becomes public. I know this will be yet another controversial opinion from me considering how highly regarded the episode is for many fans, but honestly, I've never liked this two-parter. It's commendable in many ways, for its ambition and experimentation with narrative structure, unfolding in a non-linear fashion, and with filmmaking style utilizing handheld camera and interview pieces. There are also several strong guest performances from Saul Rubinek as documentarian Emmett Bregman, as well as Robert Picardo as Richard Woolsey. What rubs me the wrong way about the episode is how the death of recurring character Dr. Janet Fraser is handled. At first there's misdirection, where the episode arranged in such a way as to make the viewer believe it is O'Neill who has been killed. Eventually Bregman discovers the truth when he reviews footage from Jackson's camcorder.
Now you hang in there, Emmett. Yes, ma'am. God.
I got him! Jack! You're clear, Dr. Jackson. Sorry, medic!
Not only is this misdirection transparently manipulative, but it's also unintentionally callous towards Fraser's character, as if the audience is supposed to think, well, at least a main character didn't die. The final scenes of the episode are also a jarring departure from SG-1's usual tone, being inordinately serious and somber. Considering how closely the Pentagon worked with the show, I can't help but feel the episode leaning towards propaganda in these final moments. I know not everyone feels the same way, and I can understand why others regard the episode so highly, but for me, Heroes has always left a bad taste in my mouth. Season 7 concludes with what would have been the Stargate SG-1 movie, Lost City. SG-1 races to mount a defense of the Earth before Anubis arrives to conquer the planet. This quintessential Stargate adventure echoes the Season 1 finale in its basic premise, but in doing so, it only serves to highlight just how far humanity has come since. Whereas Earth was virtually helpless in the Serpent's grasp,
perhaps when the warships of your world attack, we'll be able to...
Excuse me, did you say the ships of our world?
Surely you have such vessels.
Well, we have a number of shuttles.
These shuttles, they are a formidable craft.
Oh, yeah.
In the Lost City, we get this.
Prometheus.
SG-1, this is Hammond. Do you read?
Yes, sir. It's good to see you.
This punch the air moment feels like the culmination of so much of the show. Whereas humanity could only hope to fend the Goa'uld off in small skirmishes before, the Lost City sees the Tauri finally meeting their enemies toe-to-toe in open battle. Even so, it's still a close-run thing, as SG-1 succeeds in unleashing an ancient weapon just in time to stop Anubis. However, like the previous season's Full Circle, the Lost City concludes on a triumphant but uncertain note as Jack O'Neill, overcome by the wealth of ancient knowledge in his mind, places himself in stasis. The others watch on, unsure if they'll ever see their friend again. Naturally, Jack O'Neill would return, albeit in a reduced capacity. Once again, Stargate SG-1 excelled in the ratings, and the Sci-Fi Channel commissioned an 8th season. However, Richard Dean Anderson was unsure about his return. At the time, the actor was raising a young daughter, and he grew concerned that his busy schedule filming SG-1 was taking too much time away from home. At the same time, Don S. Davis had to step away from the series entirely due to health concerns. While it was under less than ideal circumstances, this change in cast presented the showrunners with an option which would both accommodate Anderson's schedule while also serving the story. To explain Davis's departure, the showrunners gave General Hammond a promotion to leader of the Homeworld Security Department, leaving command of the SGC vacant. In the season opener, following a brief stint with civilian Dr. Elizabeth Weir in charge, more on her in a future video, Jack O'Neill is promoted to Brigadier General and made head of Stargate Command. This change allowed Richard Dean Anderson to remain on the show, but with far fewer shooting days. This change, far from limiting the show, gives O'Neill's character interesting new territory to explore, as seen in episodes like 0 Hour. With a presidential visit in 5 days, O'Neill struggles to adjust to his new role as head of the SGC. 0 Hour is a fun and creative bottle episode, which presents a new side to the show and O'Neill's character. The usual SG-1 mission happens entirely off-screen. Between Baal holding the team for ransom, O'Neill also has to deal with an out-of-control alien plant, sluggish trade negotiations, and dull office admin. The usually implacable O'Neill finds himself totally out of his element, and he even considers resigning from his new position. His usual flippant mockery only serves to inflame the situation.
You dare mock me?
Baal, come on. You should know. Of course I dare mock you.
Overall, it's an episode about growth. O'Neill, like the show, is moving in a new direction, and though it may be scary, there's still a lot of fun to be had.
You should read what Teal'c and Daniel wrote about your conduct under fire.
Can I?
No.
Damn.
Season 8 has plenty of solid episodics, but there's a sense of looming finality to it all. The main characters are on their way to bigger and brighter things, and long-running villains the Trust, as well as recurring characters like Kinsey and Mayborn, are given suitable endings. And the Goa'uld largely take a back seat to the far more dangerous impending threat of the Replicators, who managed to escape the time dilation trap in the season opener New Order. While the Replicators remain a dangerous and fascinating enemy, now led by a nanomachine clone of Samantha Carter, the Goa'uld arc gets quite muddled in Season 8. With Anubis defeated in the Lost City, we once again have a lone system lord conquering the others and threatening the galaxy. This time it's Baal. However, Baal is only playing second fiddle to Anubis, who, as it turns out, survived the Battle of Antarctica and now hops from body to body in an energy form, not unlike Ra in the original movie. Anubis and Baal are effective villains, but their storylines in Season 8 feel like rehashes of ideas the show had already exhausted. Despite overstaying his welcome, Anubis' arc is brought to a conclusive end in the two-parter Reckoning. When the Replicators launch an attack on the galaxy, SG-1, the Tok'ra, and Free Jaffa form an uneasy alliance with Baal in order to use an ancient superweapon to stop them. Reckoning is classic Stargate, firing on all cylinders. Big, spectacular storytelling where time is short, the action is epic, and the fate of the entire galaxy is at stake. My only criticism with Reckoning is that it shows us something which would have been great to see more of, the heroes and the villains teaming up to stop a more powerful enemy. The brief interactions between SG-1 and Baal are a delight to watch. Both sides take every opportunity to snipe at each other, even as the Replicators close in.
You know that bitter taste in your throat? It's kind of wrapped around your uvula? That's what's left of your pride.
Perhaps you could curb your amusement for a moment.
The bristling chemistry between the actors and the charisma of Cliff Simon's performance did not go unnoticed by the showrunners, but more on that later. With this ultimate battle coming to a head on all fronts, Reckoning builds into an effective and intense climax. While Reckoning is the true climax of the season, the following episode, Threads, is the real denouement. It's akin to Babylon 5's Objects in Motion and Objects at Rest, in that rather than a grand epic showdown, Threads dedicates its runtime to saying a slow goodbye to this era of the show. Anubis is finally and definitively defeated at the hands of the Ascended.
No. No! No!
And Carter says goodbye to her father, who tragically succumbs to illness and age. In its commitment to its sincerity, the episode also pays off a long-running inside joke set up all the way back in Season 3, by having Carter and the rest of SG-1 finally go fishing with O'Neill.
This is great.
I told you.
Can't believe we didn't do this years ago.
Yes, well, let's not dwell.
There are no fish in this pond, are there?
Nope.
While Threads is the heartwarming farewell to the show, the following two-parter Mobius is an extended epilogue which has a little more fun with itself. During a mission into the past, SG-1 unwittingly creates a new timeline in which the Stargate was never found on Earth, and therefore the previous 8 years of adventures never happened. When this alteration is discovered via a videotape from the original timeline, the alternate versions of SG-1 must come together and repair their mistake. Mobius essentially functions as an extended look back at just how far the series has come. We re-encounter Teal'c as Apophyse's first prime, and O'Neill still depressed over the loss of his son. Meanwhile, Daniel and Sam are ostracized intellectuals, having never had the confidence or the opportunity to showcase their brilliance. Amanda Tapping's performance as the socially awkward nerd version of Samantha Carter is especially amusing.
Now, just because my reproductive organs are on the inside instead of the outside doesn't... God, that's horrible. Who would ever say that?
These moments of fan service are nicely sprinkled in throughout the episode, including a payoff to the romantic tension between Carter and O'Neill.
See, usually I'm a very cautious person and I tend to think things...
And after this fun romp through time, SG-1 returns to where it left off, having satisfied both the characters and the fans.
Didn't that tape say there were no fish in your pond?
Close enough.
Having finally defeated their longtime enemies, and the team ready to move on to other things, Mobius would seem like the perfect way to wrap up Stargate SG-1 for good. Richard Dean Anderson was no longer able to commit to even a reduced filming schedule, and Amanda Tapping was also starting a family by that point, and so her availability for future seasons was in doubt. It seemed logical to make Mobius the end of Stargate SG-1. In its place, executive producers Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper toyed with the idea of a new spin-off show called Stargate Command. Such a show could continue using these standing sets and ready-made props and costumes, while bringing in new characters who could stand alongside any SG-1 cast members who wanted to come back. Michael Shanks and Christopher Judge were keen to reprise their roles for the new series, but Amanda Tapping was unsure at the time. It was clear some new blood was needed to fill out the rest of the ensemble. Taking over as base commander was Beau Bridges as General Hank Landry. Beau Bridges, son of Lloyd Bridges and brother to Jeff Bridges, had a decades-long acting career spanning stage and screen by the time he joined Stargate, and had already worked with Brad Wright in the pilot episode of The Outer Limits. Lexa Doig, known for playing the title role in the sci-fi series Andromeda, joined the cast as Dr. Caroline Lamb. Amanda Tapping finally confirmed she would be able to reprise the role of Samantha Carter, however she wouldn't be able to film the first 6 episodes of the season. Leading SG-1 would be a new character, Lieutenant Colonel Cameron Mitchell, played by Ben Browder. In a rather serendipitous turn of events, Browder would be joined by Claudia Black as recurring character Vala Maldoran. Ben Browder and Claudia Black were well known to fans of science fiction for their starring roles in Farscape. The series was famously cancelled after its 4th season, but later concluded in the miniseries The Peacekeeper Wars. It was during Farscape's hiatus that Wright and Cooper first broached the idea of a role on Stargate SG-1 to Ben Browder. Now that Farscape had concluded, Browder could finally take them up on their offer. Claudia Black's Vala had previously been introduced in the Season 8 episode Prometheus Unbound. Her introductory scene is almost a parody of her first appearance in Farscape.
Well, you kept the wrong guy, because I don't know anything about the ship.
But you are very attractive.
What? Big guy. I'm flattered, really, I am. It's just that, you're not my type. Whoa, no, you don't have to do that. Don't.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Thank God.
Much. I hope.
Although Vala would only return as a recurring character in Stargate Command, Claudia Black and Ben Browder both joining the series was a huge win for the new show. The show was still called Stargate Command quite far into production, with the title even being dropped in the opening scene of what would have been the premiere episode.
Welcome to Stargate Command!
But as production began, Wright and Cooper were receptive to MGM's suggestion of abandoning the Stargate Command show and simply rebranding it as Stargate SG-1 Season 9. This was a risky proposition, as for many fans Richard Dean Anderson was the face of Stargate SG-1. Due to this rebrand, it appeared to some that fan favourite Jack O'Neill had been replaced by a younger character who was, at first glance, a pale imitation of the wisecracking action hero that fans knew and loved. Despite the abandoning of the Stargate Command series, Stargate SG-1 Season 9 functions as a soft reboot of the show. Cameron Mitchell is cleverly introduced as an audience surrogate character, a great admirer of SG-1 and their exploits, who is already tied into the mythology of the show as his character was present during the Battle of Antarctica. In some ways, it's the inverse of Jonas Quinn's introduction. Rather than framing the story from SG-1's perspective as they struggle to accept a new member, Season 9 begins by following Mitchell struggling to reunite SG-1, who have all moved on to other things. Carter now works at Area 51, Jackson is prepping to join the Atlantis expedition, and Teal'c has found a place among the leaders of the new Jaffa nation. Eventually, Mitchell's wish is granted when Vala arrives with an ancient tablet supposedly pointing the way to a vast treasure. The ensuing adventure puts SG-1 on a path to confront a powerful new enemy, the Ori. I won't beat around the bush here, so I'll just come out and state another controversial opinion. The Ori arc, covering seasons 9 and 10 of Stargate SG-1, is, for me, the best part of the show. It takes all of the best bits of the Go Old arc and builds them into something with higher stakes, richer drama, a grander scope, and more intriguing narrative ideas. And beyond the writing, there's a lot to like about the new cast. Personally, I am a huge Farscape fan, which shouldn't surprise longtime viewers of this channel, so it's a delight to see Ben Browder and Claudia Black together again in another sci-fi series. It's also worth noting that neither of their characters are carbon copies of their Farscape roles or cheap imitations of established Stargate characters some may perceive them to be replacing. Cameron Mitchell is not the discount version of Jack O'Neill many would assume him to be. While they do have some crossover in their sense of humour, Mitchell is far less confident.
What if the world needs saving?
Well, if the world needs saving, I will be there to do what I can.
What if the world needs saving because I screwed up because you weren't here in the first place?
He is defined by his near-death experience at the Battle of Antarctica, his fight to recover from his injuries, and the survivor's guilt he feels over those in his unit who didn't make it. He's a man out to prove himself, to others certainly, but himself mostly. Whereas O'Neill was eternally optimistic, Mitchell is terrified of failure, of letting himself down and the people around him. Mitchell's eternal battle to prove his worthiness makes him just as reckless as he is heroic.
Okay, that thing is going to kill him.
Okay, that's enough for today.
No.
I can do this.
Mitchell's doggedness is also reinforced by his humour, whereas O'Neill's one-liners and sarcasm often came at the expense of the drama. Mitchell's sardonic remarks and big expressions helped to reinforce the drama.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, man! Bullets bounce!
Ultimately, Cameron Mitchell is far more than a mere O'Neill stand-in, and quickly comes into his own as a distinct and interesting character, anchored by a fantastic performance from Browder. Meanwhile, Claudia Black is so memorable as Vala Maldoran that I always forget she isn't even a regular cast member until the following season. Vala fires off a ton of great lines in the first episode of the season.
Thank you so much for the lovely greeting party. We all had a wonderful time searching each other, didn't we, boys? I know nothing about your fair planet, other than it seems to have a rather interesting, if somewhat limited, gene pool.
And maintains this infectious charisma and humour in every subsequent episode she appears in. However, there are more layers to Vala than one might expect. As the former host of a Goa'uld, Vala was hated and rejected by her homeworld and took up a life of crime to help herself because she believed no one else would. This is what makes her journey with SG-1 so compelling. At first, she joins them simply as a way to find more riches and amuse herself at the same time. But as the series goes on, Vala slowly opens up to the team, and while she maintains her sarky demeanour, it's clear she starts to care for them, and they for her. Other new cast members like Beau Bridges as General Landry and Lexa Doig as Dr. Lamb slot into the show just as smoothly. In many ways, they are the polar opposites of their predecessors. While Hammond was a stern commanding officer with a heart of gold underneath, Landry comes across as warm and friendly in a folksy kind of way. And in contrast to the nurturing Dr. Fraser, Dr. Lamb is more blunt and reserved. Later on, we discover her stout temperament may have a lot to do with her strained relationship with her father, who is General Landry himself.
I spoke to Mom recently. All those years I was growing up, I resented the fact that you never told us anything about your work, about why you had to leave us for days, sometimes weeks at a time. But now, I'm beginning to understand how hard it must have been for you. Talking to Mom the other day, I wanted to reassure her, to tell her everything, but I couldn't. It was hard.
This kind of dramatic character conflict is woven into the new cast well without ever feeling forced or inappropriately angsty. It feels refreshing following the preceding seasons where the regular SG-1 ensemble became such a well-oiled machine that many scenes felt as though they were simply going through the motions. Seasons 9 and 10, however, are purposefully made to shake things up. After the typical Indiana Jones-style adventure of the two-parter Avalon, the following episode, Origin, changes gears when Jackson and Vala are unexpectedly transported to another galaxy. There they discover a medieval-like society whose denizens worship an all-powerful pantheon of gods called the Ori. As antagonists, the Ori are an excellent example of power creep being used effectively. At first glance, the Ori are a repeat of the Goa'uld, alien beings who demand to be worshipped as gods and destroy all those who oppose them. However, what makes the Ori more interesting is that they truly seem godly. The Goa'uld were powerful, but much of their power can be ascribed to advanced technology, which any sci-fi fan will recognize: spaceships, force fields, energy weapons, and so on. While they may have seemed all-powerful to those they oppressed, there was never any doubt in the minds of the main characters that what they were fighting were not gods. The Ori, however, are not only powerful in ways the characters cannot fully explain, but their Christian mythological inspiration means their impact hits far closer to home.
Look, just because we know there is some beings on a higher plane of existence than ourselves does not mean there's not an order of being higher than them. At least I reckon that's what my grandma'd say.
I mean, somewhere in there you gotta fill in the blanks with a little faith.
I had a grandma too.
Their esoteric might is aptly demonstrated when Vala is condemned as a heretic and chained up to be burned at the stake. At first, Vala maintains her sense of humor, and despite Daniel's struggles, the viewer is confident that a last-minute rescue will save Vala from the flames.
I was trying to politely explain what was going on, and then his wife started screaming and accusing me of being overcome, at which point I believe I suggested she might want to think about procreation with herself.
But as those flames draw closer, Vala's defenses fall and Jackson is reduced to pleading for her life.
Okay, listen to me! Listen to me, you have to believe me! You're killing an innocent person!
Blessed are those that deliver us from evil.
And in a shocking turn, the fire reaches Vala, and Daniel is forced to watch in horror as she burns to death. In the moment, there appears to be no getting out of this. No last-minute rescue, no wounds which can be healed, no alien medical technology to help her. For all intents and purposes, Vala is dead. This makes what follows feel genuinely miraculous. It's a clever way of introducing a new antagonist for the series, as in this moment they function as much-needed saviors. Their heavenly home in the city of Celestis may even lead a viewer to wonder if these godlike beings may not be intrinsically evil despite the extremism of their followers. That is, until the episode finally lets the curtain drop, revealing a pit of fire silhouetting the Ori's satanic herald, and backed up by a score which sounds like it's been ripped right from the Omen soundtrack.
In the name of the gods, ships shall be built to carry our warriors out amongst the stars, and we will spread origin to all the unbelievers.
Hallowed are the Ori.
Hallowed are the Ori.
Though an invasion is on the horizon, much of Season 9 depicts an ideological conflict across the galaxy, as the priors of the Ori slowly convert more and more worlds to their religion. What makes this conflict so interesting is that it's largely centered on faith. The power of the Ori is undeniable, and despite SG-1's knowledge of what the Ori really are, they have no evidence to back it up. Furthermore, they have no way of effectively fighting back against the Ori, so any world that does resist is almost certain to perish. What follows is the prelude to a holy war, which includes plague, pestilence, and a swarm of almost locusts. The conflict especially hits home for Teal'c when the new Jaffa leadership is swayed to the Ori side. Though the Jaffa leader Garrick, played by Louis Gossett Jr. of Enemy Mine fame, is the antagonist of the arc, the story is largely sympathetic to him. Having been under Goa'uld control for so long, it's easy to see why many Jaffa would seek solace from a force like the Ori, even after freeing themselves from slavery. The path proposed by Teal'c and Bra'tac is more moralistic, but it's also more uncertain and difficult. As the strife within the Jaffa escalates, Teal'c is forced to confront Garrick directly, not by standing against him, but by reminding him of their shared struggles and sense of brotherhood.
Stay this course, and you will have no choice but to spill the blood of your brothers. And you may start with me.
Louis Gossett Jr.'s performance strikes the perfect balance of intimidation and nobility, a man who simply wants what's best for his people, and he displays a great deal of selflessness in his ultimate redemption.
If we help you, I will die.
But I will die free!
The nuances, difficulties, and cost of this conflict are evident most in the episode Ethon, when an inhabitant of the planet Tigalis informs Stargate Command that his nation has sided with the Ori in exchange for a superweapon they can use to attack their Cold War rival, the Tauri decide to step in with disastrous consequences. What makes the conflict in this episode so difficult to resolve is how desperate each faction is. All sides are driven by fear for their survival and fear of the other. In a rare turn for the show, Ethon is a narrative where characters are swept along by larger events, unable to make significant change. Attempts at manipulating either side of the planet's Cold War or to destroy the Ori superweapon fail utterly. The gauntlet is truly thrown down when the Ori weapon destroys the Prometheus, Earth's first starship and a symbol of how far the Tauri have advanced. Though only a minor recurring character, seeing the ship's commander, Colonel Pendergast, go down with his ship is devastatingly effective.
Fire the weapon! Wait, so...
Even after Daniel Jackson manages to pull off a miracle in quelling the conflict, the episode eschews Stargate SG-1's usual upbeat ending.
So I take it then you haven't heard. Soon after we left, the talks broke down. And we've been unable to make contact with them. General Landry had the Daedalus reroute on its way back from Atlantis. The Stargate is presumed buried in the rubble.
None of this darkness overtakes the show, however, as SG-1's 9th and 10th seasons still remember to have fun in episodes like Ripple Effect and Bad Guys. The former is an extended tribute to longtime viewers of the show, where parallel reality shenanigans facilitate the resurrection of long-lost fan-favorite characters.
Daniel? Teal'c, where's General O'Neill?
I'm sure you all have a lot to catch up on.
The latter, meanwhile, delights as an impromptu Die Hard spin-off, which sees SG-1 becoming the unwitting villains of a hostage standoff. There are some terrific turns from the guest stars, but it's Michael Shanks who steals the show with some of his best comedic acting.
She started it. I think you started it when you kissed Harry.
Shut up! You're hostages. This is like a life and death situation here. Start acting like it.
Don't eyeball me.
In the season finale, Camelot, the Ori launch a full-scale invasion of the galaxy using a supergate. The Tauri and their allies decide to muster all their strength and meet the Ori head-on. Camelot makes the ultimate statement of Ori power by completely pulling the rug out from under the audience. Echoing Season 8's Reckoning, Earth, its allies, and some enemies all gather together in one massive fleet to stand against their common foe. From here, viewer expectations are obvious. A desperate but epic battle against the Ori ships, and when all hope seems lost, Teal'c will swoop in at the last minute with much needed reinforcements to turn the tide. The climactic battle of the episode fits this structure to a T, but only to prime the viewer for when the episode breaks with this structure. Rather than a triumphant victory, Camelot sees Earth and its allies suffer a crushing defeat. The fate of every major character is left uncertain, and Vala is left standing at the heart of the horrors to come. With the Ori invasion now in full swing, Season 10 expands the conflict into a full-scale war, which puts the Tauri and their allies on the back foot from the first episode. Despite all of SG-1 surviving the pivotal battle of the Supergate, it's clear they have no hope of matching the Ori in open battle. It isn't long before the Ori's relentless war machine conquers both the Jaffa homeworld of Chulak and their capital Dakara. In order to turn the tide, SG-1 embarks on another Indiana Jones-style treasure hunt, facing down a living, fire-breathing dragon, and even meeting the wizard Merlin in the flesh.
You look familiar. None of you. Oh, my dear, it's been too long.
While the Ori continue to be the primary threat of the series, Season 10 is also where the former Goa'uld system lord Baal really cements himself as a fan-favourite villain. Baal was first introduced all the way back in the Season 5 episode Summit, and made another notable appearance in Season 6's Abyss.
Do you not know the pain you will suffer for this impudence?
I don't know the meaning of the word. Seriously. Impudence, what does that mean?
Like many Goa'uld characters at the time, Baal came with an interesting design and posed a unique physical threat, but wasn't all that interesting as a character. Over the course of his subsequent appearances, however, this began to change. Unlike most other system lords, Baal's demeanour was far more passive-aggressive than megalomaniacal, and his modus operandi was more subtle and insidious. However, most of the character's success can be attributed to actor Cliff Simon, whose charisma was enough to make him stand out as a villain, even when the character was initially written in a more typical way. The character's enduring quality is cemented further by the existence of his seemingly endless clones. No matter how many times SG-1 captures, kills, or humiliates Baal, he always comes back with that same wry smile, hiding yet another elaborate plan to trap the main characters. While Baal makes several great appearances this season, particularly in the two-parter The Quest,
I need your help.
Well, that's hardly surprising. I know where you come from, you're considered relatively intelligent, but by galactic standards, that's not really saying much. Wouldn't you agree?
His best outing comes in the episode Insiders. When Baal's ship crash lands on Earth, he informs SG-1 that his clones have turned against him, and in exchange for wiping them out, he will give them the location of an ancient superweapon capable of destroying the Ori. However, the Baals the team come across all claim to be the original, and all claim SG-1 are walking into a trap. The episode is a terrific showcase of Baal's unique strengths as a character. As each new Baal is captured, SG-1's attempts to figure out exactly who's who and what they're planning become increasingly convoluted in the best way. Also, the episode has plenty of fun with puns.
Chief, got a full count. 2 strikes, 3 balls.
I understand you got yourself a few extra balls.
Those are the balls?
More like dots, really.
Eventually the other shoe drops, revealing that SG-1 rounding up all of the Baals to figure out Baal's plan was in fact Baal's plan all along. After a tense standoff inside the SGC, the Baals escape, having slipped through SG-1's fingers yet again. It's an episode which keeps the viewer guessing until the very end, packed with humour, sprinkled with action, and more than enough Baal for your buck.
He was thinking that one up the whole way home.
Season 10 also marked a huge milestone for the series, as it officially became the longest-running American science fiction show ever at the time. In celebration of this achievement, Stargate SG-1's 200th episode is truly something to behold. When Martin Lloyd, creator of the series Wormhole Extreme, which is loosely based on SG-1's actual missions, arrives at Stargate Command to ask for notes on a new movie script, the ensuing dramatized pitches send the episode rocketing into stratospheric meta heights. If the previous 100th episode celebration was SG-1 winking to the audience, 200 is the show putting on a full-blown party for itself. With the framing device established in the pre-credits teaser,
No one does that anymore. You just throw up the title and get on with it.
with the framing device established in the pre-title card teaser, the episode shows its hand as simply an excuse to put on a parade of sketches, parodies, and fourth wall breaks, all the while the cast and crew seem like they're having a blast. In a Mobius strip level inside joke, the episode even parodies Farscape, with Claudia Black reprising her role as Eren Sun.
Pharrell.
Oh, son of a hazmat!
Shots!
But my personal favourite sketch is the Thunderbirds-inspired segment, with puppetry created by the crew from Team America.
If each symbol represents a specific point in space, then 6 of them would create a sort of box. The intersection point between those 6 points would indicate a destination. Maybe, just maybe, the 7th marks the starting point.
While SG-1 has always had its tongue slightly in cheek, 200 is the show fully throwing off all pretenses and simply embracing the silliness of the sci-fi genre and television production. As a viewer, you simply have to surrender yourself to the absurdity and embrace the fun.
Indeed.
To PI, coming this fall.
Having had its fourth wall-breaking fun in 200, the rest of SG-1 Season 10 continues to deliver great material in the Ori arc, now primarily centered on the character Adria, played by a post-Firefly Marina Baccarin. As excellent as the Ori arc is, one area where it could have delivered more is in the relationship between Vala and Adria. Adria sees Vala as her mother, as Vala did give birth to her. However, this was not a natural pregnancy, and from another perspective, Vala was merely used as a vessel by the Ori to birth what is essentially the space Antichrist.
Okay, we all know, darling, that you have telekinetic powers. You can stop showing off now.
As mentioned before, Vala begins the show afraid of growing attached to anyone and instead keeps her relationships superficial. This is what makes her relationship with Adria so difficult, because on some level Vala clearly does think of Adria as her daughter, but she's unable to get close to her due to the whole aforementioned space Antichrist thing. The dramatic tension between the two of them flares up in a few episodes, but I've always felt the dynamic between these two characters could have been mined for even richer material. The latter half of the season sees SG-1 using an ancient weapon to destroy the Ori, and in the penultimate episode, a mortally wounded Adria fights to ascend before her death. It's a solid episode, but I've always wished for a bigger emotional payoff to Vala and Adria's arc in this episode.
I always wondered if you had it in you to kill me.
Despite SG-1's success in destroying the Ori and their herald gone from the galaxy, the Ori conflict is still far from over. Unfortunately, this was a conflict cut suddenly short when the production team learned that the Sci-Fi Channel had decided to cancel Stargate SG-1. The Sci-Fi Channel's reasons for this have never been made entirely clear. Many news outlets speculated about declining ratings and rising production costs, but Sci-Fi Channel themselves stated their reason was not ratings-based, and have never explained further. News of the show's cancellation came well into Season 10's production, completely blindsiding the cast, crew, and fans alike. Ironically, the production team had been anticipating the end of the show since Season 6, and had written every subsequent season finale to function as a potential series finale at the same time. It was thanks to the show's success on the Sci-Fi Channel that SG-1 continued for so long, and yet just when the showrunners had gotten comfortable enough to expect an 11th season, that's when the axe fell. After Sci-Fi cancelled the series, Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper tried to find a new home for SG-1, eventually drumming up interest from Apple, who suggested turning the show into a web series exclusive to iTunes. However, a non-compete clause in MGM's contract with Sci-Fi prevented the deal going through. Thus, Stargate SG-1 abruptly ended with the Season 10 finale unending. While under heavy attack from Ori motherships, Carter activates an Asgard time dilation device which slows down time aboard the Odyssey long enough for Carter to find a solution to escape destruction. What was meant to be a matter of weeks frozen in time turns to years, decades, and potentially to the end of the team's very lives. Unending is a strange and solemn note to end the series on. Rather than an epic battle to save the galaxy or an Indiana Jones-style romp through an ancient alien temple, the episode simply spends time with this found family as they live out the rest of their lives in their little bubble of time. Of course, it's inevitable that Carter finds a way out of their predicament, reversing time back to the moment before the team became trapped, but the strength of the story comes from watching these characters grow in ways they never could in the regular series.
50 or 60 years? Something interesting must have happened. Obviously, I hooked up with someone. Was it you, Muscles? It can't have been Mitchell, can it? General Landry?
and in its final scene, Unending lives up to its title by having SG-1 step through the Stargate one more time for further adventures. Because, in truth, this would not be the end of Stargate.
Just another everyday mission to save the galaxy, sir.
Indeed.
Godspeed.
There's something eternal about Stargate SG-1, which is strange considering its contemporary setting and close association with a mid-90s feature film. Yet SG-1 is not a snapshot of a bygone era of television or film the way some other science fiction shows are. It began as such in its early days, but the show quickly developed into something else. It became a show about change, about discovery, about exploration. Ironically, despite the change in creative direction to a pulp action-adventure series, Stargate SG-1 overall represents the themes and ideas which so captivated me when I first saw the original movie. Stargate SG-1 was seemingly the one sci-fi series which could survive anything. It could be cancelled and then revived elsewhere. Major cast members could depart, return, and then depart again, and the series wouldn't suffer because of it. And no matter how many planets SG-1 visited, there was always more adventure waiting just beyond the event horizon. In 1994, the sci-fi adventure film Stargate became a surprise blockbuster hit, but the mythos didn't secure a lasting legacy until it moved to television in the form of Stargate SG-1. Despite the show's cancellation at the end of its 5th season, a renewal by the Sci-Fi Channel continued SG-1's huge success on the small screen. It was so successful that during its 6th year, talks began regarding a potential return to the big screen and a new television spin-off. By its 5th season, Stargate SG-1 had become a staple of science fiction television, spoken about in the same breath as pop culture juggernauts like Star Trek and acclaimed groundbreaking sagas like Babylon 5. While the original feature film was a success, it was the TV show that accrued the passionate and dedicated fanbase which still exists today. To capitalize on this success, the producers of SG-1, Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper, together with executives at MGM, discussed the possibility of returning Stargate to the big screen. The idea was essentially to replicate what had been done with Star Trek. The cast of The Next Generation had made the leap to feature films, while the spin-offs Deep Space Nine and Voyager maintained healthy audiences on the small screen. In Stargate's case, the producers and the studio entertained the idea of the SG-1 cast making the same jump, while a new spin-off series would keep fans happy from week to week. Pulling from the world of ancient myths and legends which characterize Stargate as a show, Wright and Cooper knew they wanted to fold in the lost city of Atlantis in some way. The original concept would see the SG-1 team discover Atlantis on Earth underneath the ice in Antarctica. With such a wealth of technology contained inside, Stargate Command itself would move out of Cheyenne Mountain and into Atlantis under the frozen continent. Whether this story would be seen in a movie or would set up a movie was never decided. Stargate SG-1, however, was a victim of its own success, as due to its huge ratings on the Sci-Fi Channel, the series was renewed for a 7th season, and development on the movie and spin-off was pushed back. Ultimately, it was decided to fold in the Lost City concept into the Season 7 finale, altering it slightly so the Antarctic discovery is merely an outpost and not Atlantis itself. Though the new spin-off was looking more and more likely, the hope was still to bring SG-1 to the big screen and not have it overlap with the new spin-off. Once again, however, SG-1 was a big hit for the Sci-Fi Channel, who ordered an 8th season. By this point, it was clear the plans for a theatrical feature film would have to go on the back burner, and SG-1 would continue alongside its new spin-off, now given the title Stargate Atlantis. The green light for the production of Atlantis came quite late in the year after the crew had wrapped SG-1 Season 7 in November. The crew not only had to prepare for SG-1 Season 8, but also create Atlantis from scratch, and start shooting by February the following year. This made casting difficult, as it was network TV pilot season where virtually every actor from Vancouver to Los Angeles was attending an audition or signing a contract. In some ways this worked out in Atlantis' favour, as Wright and Cooper didn't want the star names who would be too busy during the casting season. For the heroic action hero lead of this new series, the producers cast Joe Flanagan as John Shepard. Flanagan was an experienced guest star in many American TV shows, but his regular parts were often in shows which were cancelled quite quickly. Flanagan later admitted that these experiences left him rather cynical when he joined Stargate Atlantis. The actor was unfamiliar with Stargate SG-1 and science fiction in general, and took some time to find his feet on the show. However, as he saw the series coming together and learned more about Wright and Cooper's vision for the series, Flanagan became more optimistic about Atlantis' prospects. The casting of the Atlantis expedition leader, Dr. Elizabeth Weir, was somewhat tumultuous. Originally, Jessica Steen was cast in the part, introduced in the SG-1 two-parter The Lost City. The intention was for Steen to reprise the role for the new spin-off. However, a series of misunderstandings during filming made Wright and Cooper think twice. Because of Weir's status as an outsider in the story, Steen chose not to research Stargate ahead of time, and frequently asked the SG-1 producers questions about the series' mythology while shooting The Lost City. Unfortunately, the producers misunderstood her intentions, and perceived her frequent questioning as attempts to poke holes in the script. A further misunderstanding occurred when the producers caught wind of Steen's preparations for a show at Burning Man, which they perceived as the actress not fully committing to Stargate, so it was decided the role should be recast. In her place, the producers cast Canadian actress Tori Higginson, first introduced in SG-1's Season 8 opener before becoming a regular on Atlantis. Higginson had previously appeared in The Outer Limits, which Brad Wright had produced. One of her preceding forays into science fiction was in the Tech War series, created by Star Trek's William Shatner. Playing the Pegasus Galaxy native Taylor Imagen was Rachel Luttrell. Luttrell was a seasoned theatre actress at the time, having flexed her talents for dancing and singing as well as acting on and off Broadway. As Luttrell tells it, her auditions and screen test went exceedingly well, with the producers and Joe Flanagan making it clear they wanted her for the part. However, the higher-ups at the studio and network initially decided she wasn't right for the part, and it took some convincing from Wright and Cooper for them to change their minds. Luttrell was cast only 4 days before the pilot started shooting. David Hewlett, however, joined the cast after filming had already started. Hewlett had already debuted as the neurotic scientist Rodney McKay in a few SG-1 episodes, but the character was not originally brought over to Atlantis. Instead, the lead scientist was a new character named Dr. Ingram, but the character never clicked on the page or in auditions. At a very late stage in production, Wright and Cooper suddenly had the idea of bringing back McKay as a regular on Atlantis, and as luck would have it, Hewlett was available and happy to join the new show. Rounding out the main cast was Rainbow Sun Franks as Lieutenant Aidan Ford. The young athletic actor was thrilled to join the series and relished the action, performing as many of his own stunts as he was allowed to do. Two key supporting players were Paul McGillian as the timid Dr. Carson Beckett, and David Nichol as McKay's often frustrated colleague Dr. Radek Zelenka. Both actors were originally born in the native countries of their respective characters, but had moved to Canada from an early age, and so spoke with Canadian accents. McGillian and Nichol both imitated their parents' Scottish and Czech accents for their respective roles. The inspiration for Atlantis' design came from electron microscope images of a snowflake which production designer Bridget McGuire had come across while designing the outpost for the Lost City. For the interiors, as opposed to Stargate Command, which is confined and darkly lit, McGuire chose to make the Atlantis sets as expansive and bright as possible, with cathedral-like stained glass windows in the control room. Atlantis' Stargate and the Stargates of the Pegasus Galaxy in general were to look distinctly different from the Milky Way stargates. Rather than a rotating mechanism to lock in each chevron, the Pegasus gates featured a ring of lights, with each symbol closer resembling the constellations which inspired the original Stargate symbols. For other locations in the ancient city, the production had the good fortune of inheriting a large set built for the movie Blade Trinity. This added production value to the series without adding to the budget. Another budget-conscious decision was the choice to shoot the show using digital cameras rather than film. SG-1 was originally shot on 16mm film before moving to 35mm film from season 3 onwards. However, both shows would move over to shooting on the Sony F900, the same digital cine camera used to shoot Star Wars Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. Like the debut of SG-1, the premiere episode of Atlantis was intended as event television, with a feature-length 2-part pilot episode. Directed by Stargate veteran Martin Wood, filming took place at Vancouver Studios in Canada, as well as location filming on the Pemberton Glacier in Alaska, which stood in for Antarctica. The visual effects were handled by Stargate's usual collaborators at Rainmaker Studios and Image Engine. Zoic Studios, who worked on Battlestar Galactica, also lent their talents to the production. Not only did the visual effects team have to create new space vistas and ships, but also complex 3D animations and simulations for the sequence where Atlantis rises out of the ocean. For the music of this new series, Wright and Cooper turned to the ever-reliable Joel Goldsmith, who had become the primary composer of SG-1 since his work on Children of the Gods. His first task on Atlantis was creating a main theme to rival the David Arnold original, which Goldsmith had reorchestrated for SG-1. He wanted the Atlantis theme to share a lot of the same DNA, but have its own identity. To this end, Goldsmith opted to jettison the Egyptian stylings of the original theme and integrate more ethereal choral sounds into the music. In the SG-1 episode The Lost City, Goldsmith had previously composed a short sting of choral music for when Atlantis is mentioned.
This isn't Atlantis?
I don't think so. If this is not the Lost City, then where is it?
This provided Goldsmith with the backbone on which he could hang another heroic adventurer's march. It was exactly what the new show needed, reminiscent of the original theme, but with a distinct flavour of its own. After a fast-paced and hectic production, the epic new sci-fi saga Stargate Atlantis premiered on the Sci-Fi Channel on the 16th of July, 2004. Sitting down to watch Stargate Atlantis again, the scope of the debut episode struck me immediately. While Children of the Gods was itself a lavish production by the standards of the day, it was still relatively small in scale, especially compared to the grandeur of the original movie. Atlantis, on the other hand, is replete with spectacular locations, striking set design, and layered ensemble staging. It still can't match the stunning presentation of the original movie, but Rising Parts 1 and 2 is the closest Stargate on the small screen has ever come to capturing the epic quality of Roland Emmerich's film. Although the early 2000s digital cinematography does unfortunately date the series quite a bit, the strong script and direction soon sweep the audience along for an exciting space adventure. The spirit of Atlantis' first episode also harkens back to the Stargate movie's exploratory roots. For the first time in the long history of the mythos, Atlantis truly feels like stepping into the unknown. The city itself is first glimpsed in a prologue from the distant past, but we only catch snippets of the titular metropolis before it breaks away from Earth completely. The rediscovery of the city unfolds slowly, with the expedition team at first finding themselves in a cavern-like room shrouded in fog. As they venture further, the room starts to come to life as lights snap on with Shepard's footsteps. Then into a quintessential Stargate technological conundrum before Atlantis is finally revealed in all its glory.
was hoping for another day. Looks like we just got a whole lot more than that.
Like the original movie, however, the wonder soon fades with the introduction of a dangerous new enemy, the Wraith. Like the slow reveal of Ra, the Wraith are kept hidden for most of the two-part episode. At first we only hear horror stories before their ships scream out of the Stargate. Not only are the sounds of the ships intimidating, but their use of psychic powers to deceive their enemies ratchets up the fear factor considerably, until we get our first proper glimpse in the form of an animated severed hand. By the time the Wraith are fully revealed, they are comfortably established as a threat to rival the Goa'uld of SG-1. While the system lords were powerful tyrants, the Wraith pose a different kind of danger, literally using humans as a food source. The Goa'uld saw humans as slaves, but to the Wraith we are but cattle. Depicting the feeding process as the Wraith literally sapping a person's life force, making them age to death on the spot, is a truly horrifying idea. The horror aspect of the Wraith is played almost like a Universal monster movie, with gothic-looking biomechanical ships and mist-covered floors. The Wraith Queen even resembles an aristocratic vampire of sorts. The Wraith are scary, but they're still fun. The main cast are mostly established quite well. While some of the characters get lost in the shuffle to establish the show's status quo, Taylor in particular is quite bland in her introduction. For the most part, the main players are strong from the start. Splitting some of the team's roles between multiple people allows the script to showcase the personalities of the various characters well through points of conflict. Robert Patrick's stalwart Colonel Sumner looking down on Shepard due to his record of insubordination not only lets Flanagan show off his comedic skills, but the character's ruthlessness too. Meanwhile, making McKay the head of a team of scientists means the usual technobabble exposition is delivered in a spate of amusing bickering. This extra dash of character conflict also allows Weir to establish herself as a strong leader, whose dab hand with diplomacy more than makes up for her lack of military experience. Ultimately, the premiere episode of Stargate Atlantis is exactly what it needed to be: classic Stargate adventure with a fresh approach. Plotting-wise, it's pretty standard fare for a Stargate show, with the main characters being captured by the Wraith and then staging a daring escape. But the striking presentation and strong cast make it an engrossing first outing in this new galaxy. Now in direct competition with the exceedingly popular SG-1, Wright and Cooper were hoping for strong ratings for the debut of their new show. SG-1's Season 8 premiere received 2.5 million viewers, a strong debut for cable television, and the network would have been happy if Atlantis matched this. The following day after Atlantis premiered, the figures were in. Rising Part 1 received 3.8 million viewers, and Part 2 was watched by 3.2 million. Not only did Atlantis beat SG-1's season debut, but it came close to matching the debut of the ever-popular Battlestar Galactica. SG-1 had already solidified its success and pop culture impact, but fans had clearly embraced this new spin-off. After such a strong opening, viewers settled in for the first year of adventures in the Pegasus Galaxy. Stargate Atlantis Season 1 is a solid first year for the new spin-off. It's full of the expected Planet of the Week, ancient discoveries and survival stories. The episodes immediately following the premiere feel like classic Stargate. Not only do they feature tense action set pieces and enjoyable humor.
Watch this. Hit me.
Oh, God!
I didn't have to swing so hard. And I noticed that he didn't even hesitate.
But also Stargate's trademark ingenuity. What's notable is how much more serialized the show feels, in how many of these standalone episodes are tied in with the mythology of the Ancients or the tyranny of the Wraith. The Wraith continue to prove themselves as worthy main antagonists throughout the first season. Multiple episodes demonstrate just how formidable the Wraith are in combat. The Wraith are not only much stronger and faster than regular humans, but they can happily withstand a barrage of machine gun fire and keep fighting. The feeding process is so traumatic that even a partial feeding can be a death sentence.
I'm dying, Rodney. I can feel it.
Stop it!
I'm not getting better, I'm getting worse. You left me with just enough life so that you'd have to watch me die.
The threat posed by the Wraith on both a micro and macro scale allows Atlantis to venture into some darker territory without feeling at odds with Stargate's usually adventurous tone.
What I really want to do is call him on the radio, but I'm afraid if he's hiding from the Wraith, I might inadvertently give away his position. And let's face it, what chance do we have against the Wraith if Shepard can't take him out? I was hoping you'd be strong enough, then I...
The various Planet of the Week stories further show how most societies in the Pegasus galaxy have been damaged by the Wraith's reign of terror. Many of these societies are defined entirely by their relationship to the Wraith, driving them to truly desperate acts, as seen in Poisoning the Well.
Half the people you gave that drug to are dying. Half of them, Major. Half. Which means the other 50% of those we inoculated will live and destroy any Wraith who try to feed on them.
This idea is at the core of Atlantis' first encounter with another recurring foe, the Genii, a society which has kept its technological advances hidden underground in the hopes of one day striking back against the Wraith with a newly developed nuclear bomb. The Genii seem like allies in the making until they discover the Atlantis expedition's tragic misstep.
As a result of that rescue...
You awaken the others.
They found out that there were more people where we came from.
The next culling was supposed to be decades away.
They said they were in no hurry, that they would take their time to come after us.
We had hoped to test our first atomic weapon 5 years from now. Do we have that much time, Shepard?
No.
From then on, the Genii become a secondary nemesis to Atlantis. They don't come close to matching the Wraith in concept or design, but they work as the thorn in the expedition's side in numerous early adventures. Their standout episode as antagonists is the two-parter The Storm and the Eye. As a massive hurricane approaches Atlantis, the expedition evacuates to a neighbouring planet to wait out the storm. When word of this reaches the Genii, they take the chance to infiltrate the city and take control. What follows is a robust Die Hard-esque scenario in the ancient city, with McKay and Weir as hostages, and Shepard running and gunning to thwart the Genii leader, Kolya. Like most Die Hard on a something plots, it's pretty difficult to screw this kind of thing up, and this two-parter is filled with thrilling action, tense ticking clocks, and visual effects-driven spectacle. It's also an episode which succeeds in marking out Joe Flanagan's Shepard as more than a Jack O'Neill clone. At first glance, Shepard is nothing more than a younger, hotter version of SG-1's leading man. However, what makes Shepard distinct from his SG-1 counterpart is his surprising stubbornness and ruthlessness. Whereas Jack O'Neill is admired and revered from the first episode, Shepard is looked down on by his superior Colonel Sumner for his reputation for disobeying orders. Indeed, during Shepard's introductory scene, he blatantly ignores all of O'Neill's commands out of a dogged belief that he knows better. This is a behaviour pattern which comes up again in the episode Hot Zone, where Shepard flagrantly undermines Weir's authority to do what he thinks is best.
No, we don't have time for this. I'm heading out.
Grodin, seal the gym.
What the hell is this?
You said so yourself. You are the ranking military officer. I can't chance you getting infected.
Bates?
Yes, sir.
Unlock the gym.
Yes, sir.
Stand down, Bates. You are not in command here, Major.
Bates, open the door.
Don't.
Elizabeth, he's heading right for you.
So we'll stop him.
Sergeant Bates, I am ordering you to open up the doors between the gym and the med lab right now. We're heading out.
Shepard isn't even meant to be on the expedition in the first place, and only lucks into going by possessing the ancient gene. When he does join, he isn't even head of security, but inherits the position after Sumner's death. Shepard's ruthlessness also shows up when he mercy kills Sumner as the Wraith Queen feeds on him. This comes up again in The Storm and the Eye when he swiftly kills the Jedi reinforcements by activating the Stargate's shield as they come through.
Shut it off, lady! Stop him! Up there!
How many men made it?
5. 5 of 60.
Yet Shepard always stands by his actions. While Weir, Taylor, and many others ponder the morality of their actions, Shepard always insists that they either did the right thing or had no choice. Much like SG-1's own Cameron Mitchell, who was also criticised as being a cheap substitute for O'Neill, there is more to John Shepard than meets the eye.
I will shoot you if you don't let her go.
And risk hurting Dr. Weir?
I'm not aiming at her.
While much of Stargate Atlantis Season 1 is perfectly enjoyable sci-fi entertainment, the show truly comes into its own in its first season finale, The Siege. This epic three-parter, which bridges the first and second season, feels akin to Deep Space Nine's Way of the Warrior, as a showcase of all the show's strengths up to that point, and an enticing look at Atlantis' greater potential. The Atlantis crew scramble to mount a defense as a Wraith fleet is on its way to destroy the city. In some ways, The Siege is a riff on SG-1's first season finale, which saw a Goa'uld invasion force heading for Earth. However, The Siege is differentiated by the fragility of Atlantis' status quo. The world isn't at stake here, only a small colony of explorers, and the script is highly effective at making the situation seem hopeless. Thanks once again to Stargate's carefully managed internal continuity, it is always clear how outmatched Atlantis is against the impending Wraith fleet, and how few resources the expedition has to put up a fight. The stakes are suitably raised in Part 1 when Atlantis' first line of defense, an ancient weapons platform, is destroyed, killing off the recurring character Dr. Grodin.
There's no time! Just get the hell out of here! I'm sorry!
From there, the episode only escalates further, with reinforcements from Earth turning a surefire defeat into a desperate pitched battle for survival. Thanks to advances in visual effects since SG-1's first season, the teams at Rainmaker, Image Engine, and Zoic put together a truly spectacular battle sequence. The air and spaceborne action is further complemented by gritty close-quarters fighting between the city's defenders and the Wraith invaders. Even a miraculous intervention from the battlecruiser Daedalus isn't enough to stave off defeat. Instead, the solution, in true Stargate fashion, is much more inventive.
Atlantis is the only way to Earth. As long as they know we're here, they're just going to keep coming.
Oh, what if they thought we were gone?
Then there'd be no reason for them to stay.
Exactly.
We fake a self-destruct. Have the Daedalus beam a nuke right above the city's shield and then detonate it. While their sensors are blinded, we cloak the city when the smoke clears.
Nothing but ocean.
Although this harebrained scheme is successful, Atlantis does not come out the other side unscathed.
Good Lord. Let's get this thing off of them.
Like any first season, Stargate Atlantis had its share of growing pains, and it quickly became apparent to the writers and producers that the character Aiden Ford wasn't working. Unlike Shepard, Taylor, Weir, and McKay, who all developed in interesting ways during the first season, Ford was essentially static. He was a friendly presence, but with little depth. Rainbow Sun Franks loved being on the show and gave an enthusiastic performance throughout, but even he was aware that his character was quite bland. This is perhaps why when the actor heard the new direction the writers were taking Ford in, the actor, far from being downtrodden, was ecstatic, even if it meant a downgrade from being a regular cast member to a recurring cast member. During the siege, a Wraith feeding gone wrong leaves Ford disfigured and addicted to an enzyme which gives him strength comparable to the Wraith themselves. With his mind warped by the drug, Ford flees Atlantis.
Ford, stand down. This is a direct order.
In a strange quirk of writing, Ford's first season blandness ends up working in the character's favour, as it makes his downfall all the more tragic. Seeing this courageous and loyal friend transform into a violent, unstable and frightened man offers up a rich well of character drama. Rainbow Sun Franks relished the opportunity to show his acting range, as he plays Ford's transformation into a tragic anti-hero with impressive conviction. Despite his enhanced strength, Ford is the most vulnerable he's ever been, swinging wildly between assertive and gung-ho to scared and confused in the space of a few seconds.
I'm capable of anything. I can go off at any time. All right, you want to shoot me? Shoot me. Fine, I don't care. I'm heading back to the jumper, and you're welcome to join me. You're crazy. You're gonna kill me. I'm sorry.
It also makes him a great foil to Shepard, as now he has to contend with someone just as ruthless and headstrong as he is, determined to prove he is right more than anything else.
I'll show you.
In his place, Jason Momoa joined the regular cast as Ronan Dex. Momoa had already made his presence known on TV in shows like Baywatch Hawaii, but his first breakout role was on Stargate Atlantis. He attempted to break into film several times, including an ill-fated reboot of Conan the Barbarian, before ascending to stardom as Khal Drogo in Game of Thrones and Arthur Curry in Justice League and Aquaman. New recurring cast members included Kevin Smith as Major Lorne and Mitch Pileggi as Colonel Caldwell, commander of the Daedalus. The Daedalus' inclusion in the series is another element which distinguishes the spin-off from SG-1. Whereas that show was firmly rooted in the Indiana Jones-esque adventure style, Stargate Atlantis fully shifts into space opera territory in its second season. Mitch Pileggi's Colonel Caldwell is also a welcome recurring character who bounces so well off the regulars it's easy to forget he isn't part of the main cast. Caldwell is often the straight man to the light-hearted antics of the main characters. To some degree, Caldwell suffers from a Captain Jellicoe syndrome, in that he's intended as the draconian stick in the mud in many stories, despite many of his actions being completely understandable. His most interesting clashes with the main cast are with Dr. Weir. As a civilian, Dr. Weir often has to fight to be respected by the various military officers who come and go from the base.
Colonel, you've been here all of 5 minutes. Now, I have been responsible for the lives of the people on this base, both military and civilian, for the past several months. I'm not about to put those lives in jeopardy until I at least know how you intend to defend this city.
This frustration is also expressed by the science teams.
You know how it is. When military steps in, scientists take a backseat.
Until they need us.
They don't think they need us.
Yeah, they don't think they need us right up until the point that they need us, and then they need us.
Then they need us.
This is a welcome element to weave into the character dynamics and narratives, and somewhat redresses SG-1's habit of glorifying the military and denigrating civilians. Due to SG-1's close collaboration with the Pentagon, any negative portrayal of the US government was restricted to fictional intelligence agencies or pencil-pushing bureaucrats. It may not have been intentional, but SG-1 often drew a clear distinction between the moral character of its military and civilian personnel. Atlantis, on the other hand, doesn't make the same distinction. Elizabeth Weir is proof in human form that a military mindset isn't always the correct one. Tori Higginson's take on the character is markedly different to Jessica Steen's. Higginson's calm, breathy voice and unimposing stature imbue Weir with a warmth and gentleness which sees her wielding authority with a soft touch. But that doesn't mean she isn't capable of making snap decisions or bringing guns to bear when the occasion calls for it.
Well, this alliance, it's just been rescinded. We're leaving. What? You plan to arrest us too?
This is why it feels so jarring and unjustified when characters like Caldwell or the Siege's Colonel Everett swoop in and start calling the shots.
I don't need to explain myself to you, Doctor, and I don't need your cooperation.
But you could probably use mine, sir. So with all due respect, please answer Dr. Weir's question. I understand you need to establish a clear chain of command, but if you cut Dr. Weir out of the loop, you'll only alienate the people whose trust and respect she's earned, which is everyone on the base, including me.
Is that a fact?
Weir succeeds as a commander of Atlantis not because of her rank, but because she has earned the respect of everyone on the expedition. Stargate Atlantis Season 2 continues expanding on the storytelling possibilities of its first year. Though the Wraith have been fooled into leaving Atlantis alone, they are still a threat and continue to work well as antagonists. However, Season 2 also showcases the wealth of storytelling possibilities built into Atlantis itself and the legacy of the Ancients. This was already touched on in various Season 1 episodes, such as the aforementioned Hide and Seek, as well as the creative and moving Before I Wake.
I'm sorry? Do we know you?
Oh, yes. I'm you, Elizabeth.
This potential is further capitalized on in strong outings like Aurora.
We found you and your crew in the stasis pods. We decided to tap into the system in order to communicate with you.
System?
This, virtual reality. You do know this is kind of simulated.
The Long Goodbye.
I know this body is different, but I assure you, Thalen, it's me.
Hey!
And the following season's Echoes.
I'm sorry, I do not understand.
However, the second year's strongest outing comes towards the end of the season in Michael. When newly transferred Lieutenant Michael Kenmore wakes up in the Atlantis infirmary with amnesia, he is told he was recently a captive of the Wraith who lost his memory due to an experiment. Though initially accepting this explanation, Michael soon grows suspicious that he isn't being told the whole truth. Even if a viewer can see the twist of the episode coming, the preceding events are so strongly directed and well acted that the episode can be seen as an inevitable tragedy. Guest star Connor Trenier of Star Trek Enterprise fame brings over his innate southern likability to his performance as Michael. Viewing the episode from his perspective makes for an unsettling experience, as the usually likable regular cast show flashes of dishonesty, heartlessness, and even brutality. As the episode nears its climax, the viewer is almost fully on Michael's side. Only by knowing the truth can Michael and the audience understand why he has been treated this way. Depending on how intuitive the viewer is, the truth is either a devastating revelation or a terrifying twist.
You're gonna need a name. How does Mike sound?
While the sense of betrayal is palpable in his first episode, the consequences of what the Atlantis crew did to Michael doesn't become clear until the season finale, Allies, and the following episodes No Man's Land and Misbegotten, which lead into Season 3. Not only was Michael's identity ripped away from him, but he is an outcast among his people. Too human among the Wraith, and too Wraith to dwell among humans. This is where the viewer starts to seriously question the morality of the main characters. Whereas previous questionable actions can be seen as a result of a genuine mistake or a choice made out of desperation, Michael is the result of the main characters fully stepping over an ethical line.
You witnessed how hurt, how betrayed I felt the first time? Well, try to imagine how I feel now.
Season 3 of Atlantis ventures into new territory with a spate of imaginative standalone episodes and the beginnings of a new story arc. But early in the season comes a standout Ronan Dex-centric episode, Satida. When Ronan is captured and handed back to the Wraith, he is forced to become a runner again, this time on his destroyed homeworld. Some Stargate fans greeted Ronan Dex's addition to the series with eye rolls. At first glance, the character does appear to be a 12-year-old's idea of the ultimate badass. A muscular man of few words donning a leather trench coat armed with a souped-up six-shooter and wielding a sword. While this perception of the character is understandable, it's not fully accurate. Then again, if you were to cast an actor to fit that description, you couldn't do much better than Jason Momoa. What's remarkable about Momoa's performance as Ronan Dex is how much of his presence comes from sheer physicality. It's simply not expected for a man of his size to move the way he does. But that physicality extends beyond the action sequences to his quieter moments as well. Rowan is someone who has had little to no contact with other human beings for a long time, and so the way he holds himself in social interactions facilitates that aforementioned quiet badassery, but also betrays a deep vulnerability. This is what's at the heart of Satida. There's a ton of great action and even some overindulgent shots emphasizing Rowan's cool factor, but ultimately this is a story about guilt.
I'll do whatever I have to make up for what happened. But don't punish them for my mistake. They're good people. You let them go, or I'll be dead before the Wraith get here. I promise.
Rowan's one-man war against his Wraith captors isn't just a showcase of great action, but Rowan's battle to finally let go of his guilt and embrace his new home in Atlantis.
Which one of you killed the Wraith?
That would be me. My idea. What? Don't tell me you're not happy that he's dead.
I had him in my sights, but Rowan said he'd kill me if I shot him.
It was all Beckett's idea.
Thanks, Doc.
What, him you think?
I could have killed him at any time, but Taylor wouldn't let me.
Thank you. All of you.
While still contending with the Wraith, the Atlantis expedition encounters a new enemy, or rather the new form of an old enemy. In the episode Progeny, the Atlantis team are amazed to encounter what appears to be a splinter faction of living, breathing ancients, who call themselves Azurans. But after a round of unsuccessful trade negotiations, the team are captured and interrogated in a disturbingly familiar manner.
They're not people. They're machines. Replicators.
Bringing back the Replicators is, at first glance, rather unimaginative for this new spin-off. The episode even repeats several story beats from SG-1's various encounters with them, such as a lone, friendly humanoid replicator whose hopes of an alliance with the main characters are tragically dashed. Even so, the Azurans offer more opportunities for Atlantis to showcase Stargate's trademark inventiveness in their attempts to defeat an enemy who can't be stopped with conventional weaponry. However, there is also narrative potential with the Azurans which justifies their presence. These replicators were created by the Ancients to fight the Wraith, an experiment which the ancient Lanteans lost control of and attempted to exterminate. Knowing this history, the Azurans function as an effective foil against the Atlantis crew. For, just like their ancient counterparts, the Atlantis crew have had their fair share of morally questionable mishaps in their war with the Wraith. The Azurans then serve as a continual and dangerous reminder of where victory at all costs could lead if the modern Lanteans aren't careful. New dimensions are added to the Wraith themselves in this season, with the episode Common Ground introducing fan-favourite character Todd.
Next time we meet.
All bets are off.
But for now, I want to highlight a more human-centric episode in The Tao of Rodney. While investigating one of the ancient labs in Atlantis, McKay is hit by an energy blast which gives him superhuman intelligence and psionic powers, but at the cost that he must ascend in a certain time frame or die. Rodney McKay is a character who divides fan opinion to this day, often making or breaking the entire show depending on the viewer. It's fair to say that in his first appearance in SG-1, Rodney McKay was just horrible. A preeming, arrogant intellectual with an overinflated ego and blatantly misogynistic streak.
I wish I didn't find you so attractive. I always had a real weakness for dumb blondes.
However, by the time the character was brought onto Atlantis, this characterization was altered somewhat. The arrogance and ego remained, but the misogyny was severely toned down into simple, bumbling awkwardness around women. His egotism is also changed from insufferable smugness to fast-talking inconsiderateness. And comedy may be subjective, but I've always found David Hewlett's timing and line deliveries to be extremely funny.
That did not just happen!
To some, McKay may have gone from smarmy asshole to irritating comic relief, but McKay proves to be more layered than either label. McKay still clearly respects his colleagues, and despite his nervous disposition, is capable of quite courageous acts if it means saving lives. The Tao of Rodney is a great showcase of David Hewlett's comedic and dramatic talents. Much like his brief invulnerability and super strength in Hide and Seek and The Lost Boys, there's a lot of fun to be had as McKay gains more and more extraordinary abilities.
Oh, I'm fine. No, yes, and it doesn't.
What?
I can read your mind. Everyone's, actually. She wants you to shoot me if you think for even 1 second that I might be trying to take over the city for my own evil purposes. I'm kidding. That was a joke. So, is your weapon set to stun? Wait, never mind. There, did it myself. Okay, to the chair room. Ronan.
Can I shoot him now?
But the episode also takes the character into new territory by making him humble for a change.
I know spirituality to you is a load of mumbo jumbo, but it does help people find peace with themselves. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about shedding yourself of guilt, of anger, of ill feeling, of anything that makes you feel shame.
So what you're telling me is that I don't think I'm worthy.
Rodney, I don't know what you truly believe about yourself. For all I know, you use your intelligence to compensate, to make yourself feel better for other things you think you may lack.
Like what?
That I can't tell you. But maybe you could start reading your own mind.
Seeing Rodney work up the courage to speak honestly about his feelings to his friends and colleagues is quite touching. There's still a bumbling awkwardness to it all, but uncovering these layers of the character shows clearly to all of McKay's detractors that there's a real heart beneath that head.
Rodney, as far as this ascension thing, I know you didn't have much success, but at this point, what do you got to lose?
May as well go out fighting, huh?
Absolutely.
The ending is a rather contrived get-out-of-jail-free card, but the preceding events make up one of the best McKay-centric episodes in the show.
I'm my old self.
Are you certain?
Yeah, I'm alive. I feel great. I feel, hungry?
He's fine.
The rest of Season 3 features several creative and varied standalone stories, such as the clever riff on Age of Empires in the game.
I offered you an entire crop of beans.
I don't need beans, I need lumber.
Oh, right, to build defensive fortifications for your army, which he doubled in size, by the way. Surprise, surprise.
I only did that after you started cheating.
I did not cheat.
I'm not the only one increasing my army, by the way.
I had to do something to protect the people of Geldar from you.
A high-stakes space mission to save the last gasp of a destroyed civilization in the Ark.
Jameis, what are you doing?
I cannot allow you to leave. Not until you ensure the safety of my people.
And a B-movie-inspired creature feature in Submersion. But the boldest standalone episode in the season is Sunday. It's a creatively structured episode with a non-linear narrative that constantly flashes back to show the lead up to the first explosion from different perspectives. Far from deflating the tension, these flashbacks reinforce it by subtly providing the viewer with more and more pieces of an elaborate puzzle. It's a rare instance of the viewer being ahead of the characters working in the story's favour, as one sits at the edge of their seat desperately hoping the main characters will find their target in time. But rather than this tension breaking with a last-minute escape, it is instead broken by shock.
We just made the handoff.
It's fair to say Carson Beckett was a fan-favourite character by the third season, often making up one half of a terrific double act with McKay. The characters are alike in many respects, intelligent, awkward, nervous, often fearful, but always finding their courage when needed. Unlike McKay, Beckett was always much more likeable with a wry sense of humour, unwavering humility, a friendly demeanour, and strong moral convictions. Quite unexpectedly, Sunday is a great final outing for the character, as it demonstrates how valued he is as a team member and friend by the rest of the expedition. It's a clever way of centering the story on his character, without making his impending death too obvious. That being said, it's easy to see why a lot of fans were unhappy with the choice to kill off Beckett. His death occurring in a seemingly inconsequential episode was likely part of the point, However, what I take issue with is not the death itself, but the quick wrap-up afterwards. The episode goes from Beckett's death to Rodney and Ronan clearing out his room to his funeral service in the gate room, and then it's over. The aftermath has moved through so quickly that it's almost whiplash-inducing. The audience doesn't feel this death is real until just before the end credits. Rather than mourning with the main characters, the viewer is still struggling to accept Beckett is really gone. It's an ambivalent ending to an otherwise outstanding episode.
Goodbye, Carson.
The Season 3 finale, which bridges into the 4th season, is even more bold, but not nearly as troubled. Seeing that the Azurans are building warships for a conquest of the galaxy, the Atlantis team begrudgingly stage a first strike on their homeworld, and soon suffer the consequences when the Azurans retaliate. When it becomes clear they can no longer remain on the planet, the team activates the city's star drive to go off in search of a new world to settle on. Like all replicator-focused episodes, First Strike is filled with Stargate's signature inventiveness, but with the grand space opera scope which characterizes Atlantis. But what makes the following 2 episodes, Adrift and Lifeline, so compelling is how truly desperate the situation becomes. As Atlantis prepares to take off, its improvised asteroid shield gives way too early. Having made it to space but not to safety, things go from bad to worse. Weir is rushed to the infirmary in critical condition, the city's power is rapidly dwindling, and the main characters have to breathlessly run to deal with one problem after another with fresh wounds still bleeding. The entire status quo of the series feels unmoored, with the expedition holding on by a thread. Shepard takes the puddle jumpers on a death-defying asteroid clearing mission to keep the city intact, before venturing out onto the exposed hull of the city for a hair-raising spacewalk sequence. Meanwhile, Weir's condition deteriorates rapidly. Her only chance at survival is to be injected with replicator cells.
What did you do? I reactivated the nanite.
Damn it, McKay! Would you please just listen to me?
Dr. Keller! John? Rodney? What's going on?
In the end, the Lanteans' only hope of survival is to stage a daring raid on the Azuran homeworld. Like Sunday, this trio of episodes constantly builds in tension. Tension which is only broken by another devastating loss.
Elizabeth! No!
Ultimately, the Lanteans survive by the skin of their teeth, and the city settles on a new world, but from this point on, Stargate Atlantis would never be the same again. Elizabeth Weir's departure from the show was part of a larger change in direction mandated by new showrunners Joseph Malozzi and Paul Mully, writers and producers who had worked on SG-1 and Atlantis for years. In Higginson's place, Amanda Tapping joined the show, reprising her role as Samantha Carter to lead the Atlantis expedition. It's rewarding for longtime fans of SG-1 to see Carter finally inhabit a leadership role, and there's some effective character drama as Carter settles into her new position.
Weir never would have doubted me.
Okay. First of all, Ronan, I'm not doubting you. And secondly, I'm not Dr. Weir.
Jewel State of Firefly fame also joined the cast as Dr. Keller, the new head of medical taking over from Dr. Beckett. Keller had already appeared as a recurring character in Season 3, but State had already guest starred in an earlier episode, though completely unrecognizable, as a young wraith named Elia. One of Keller's best episodes this season is also an opportunity to highlight another main cast member, Rachel Luttrell's Taylor. In the episode Missing, Taylor and Keller visit a planet where Taylor's people, the Athosians, are staying, only to find their camps deserted and the area swarming with a tribe of merciless killers. In the show's premiere episode, Taylor and the Athosians in general unfortunately came across as quite bland. There wasn't much to say about them other than their welcoming nature and apparently killer workout routines. But overall, the Athosians were never especially interesting, and they blend in with the numerous other Stone and or Bronze Age societies that appear in several episodes. Over time, however, Taylor's character developed as she settled into life in Atlantis, and like the rest of the main cast, Taylor was revealed as having more layers than her archetypal role would suggest. At first, she embodied the archetype of a stoic warrior, and while the character never fully lost this trait, Taylor was revealed as having more depth than this. Taylor is a formidable fighter, but she also has a spiritual side and emotional perceptiveness. In place of her stoicism, Taylor developed a sense of humor and a sense of camaraderie with her teammates. The revelation that she is part Wraith in Season 1 also expanded the potential of the character. This is what makes Taylor's relationship with Michael so interesting, as she's the only one who could come close to understanding what he's feeling. In some ways, Michael becomes Taylor's dark reflection. While she came to terms with her heritage and embraces it as part of her identity, Michael becomes consumed by uncertainty and driven to hatred. They often meet as enemies, but there's also a great deal of sympathy and even admiration between the two. Deep down, Taylor wants nothing more than to help Michael, and in a sense, Taylor is at peace with something he is struggling to reconcile within himself. Michael's conflict with the Lantians has a personal element with most of the main cast, but the most emotionally rich conflict is with Taylor. In the episode Missing, Keller gets to see these different sides of Taylor's character in a gritty and tense adventure. At first, the two of them chat like good friends, poking fun at their colleagues' quirks and talking about their respective love lives. However, when they discover the Athosians are missing, Keller finds herself out of her depth and aghast at the brutal efficiency Taylor dispatches her enemies.
That one's dead, but he's still alive.
Though I've chosen to highlight Taylor here, Missing is really a Keller-centric episode. Throughout the story, Keller is in over her head, out of her element in the wild and too timid to fight. Though she has to adapt to the situation eventually, there's a sense she will have to betray her ideals to do so.
We could not afford to take prisoners.
Well, we could have tied him up and left him in the woods.
Then the others would have found him and released him to rejoin the hunt.
But by the end, she succeeds in fighting back without losing who she is.
I'll shoot you.
No, you won't. You're a doctor, a healer, not a killer.
You're right, I am a healer. But first, I need something to heal.
Just as Taylor is no less kind-hearted despite her warrior prowess, Keller comes out the other side as still the idealistic doctor, despite having risen to the challenge of getting her hands dirty. After a few more solid episodes, Stargate Atlantis widens its scope to full-on epic space opera once again in Be All My Sins Remembered. When the Azurans start exterminating human populations to starve the Wraith, Atlantis musters all of its strength together with new and unlikely allies to end the replicator threat once and for all. I had more than a few hot takes in my SG-1 video, and I'm afraid I have another one concerning this episode. Despite how spectacular an episode it is, ultimately it's a very disappointing conclusion to the Azuran conflict. Compared to the unrelenting intensity of episodes like The Siege and Adrift, Be All My Sins Remembered feels oddly tepid. Material which feels like it should have filled up a 2 or even 3-parter is condensed into a single episode. In a rare turn for the show, almost everything goes according to plan. Despite how outnumbered the Allied fleet is and how complex McKay's strategy sounds, the difference in numbers barely factors into the space battle, and a momentary hiccup is solved by McKay typing into a computer in a mostly empty room. For all of the narrative potential the Azurans had as antagonists, and how much grief they have given the Atlantis crew, they are defeated with almost laughable ease. It's a shame to see such a fascinating enemy meet such a truncated ending, and with the Azurans gone, the Wraith return to being the show's primary antagonists. We'll explore some of the problems with this later, but the Wraith do succeed in restating their sense of threat in the episode Midway. To prepare for an interview at Stargate Command, Carter enlists Teal'c to instruct Ronan on how to deal with the IOA. There's something to be said for the occasional bout of unabashed fan service, and Midway delivers the goods. There's a sense that Midway exists only to settle a playground debate about which alien warrior is the best, and the episode wastes no time in having them go head to head. To satisfy SG-1 and Atlantis fans alike, both are evenly matched. Compared to Jason Momoa, Christopher Judge almost seems normal-sized. The real fun of the episode, however, comes when the Wraith launch an attack on Midway Station as a prelude to attacking Stargate Command. The second half of the episode is nothing but expertly paced and terrifically staged action, and it's fantastic. While Shepard and his squad of Marines struggle to liberate Midway, Ronan and Teal'c, being the badasses they are, storm Stargate Command by themselves. A thrilling slice of action underpinned by Stargate's signature sense of humor.
Honestly, if I knew the code, I would have given it to you by now.
That depends on the strength of your allegiance.
No, trust me. My allegiance is not that strong. It really isn't.
And anchored by its iconic characters.
And you did not hold a weapon to their heads?
I did not.
I am pleased.
Yeah, well, I had a good coach.
Indeed.
Despite a rocky season overall, Atlantis' fourth year ends on a high. The action extravaganza Midway is immediately followed by the two-parter The Kindred, which sees the surprise return of a fan-favourite character.
Finally, it's about bloody time. What took you so long?
After the vocal fan backlash surrounding Beckett's original death, the creative team saw fit to bring the character back in a recurring role. Thus, the Atlantis crew come upon a clone of the original Beckett, created by Michael, who by this point has fully tipped over into mad scientist territory. Michael's reign of terror continues into the season finale, The Last Man. While searching for a kidnapped Taylor, Shepard steps back through the Stargate to find himself 48,000 years in the future. There, a hologram AI of McKay walks him through a plan to return to the past and save Taylor to prevent Michael's conquest of the galaxy. But once returned to his own time, Shepard and his team walk into a trap.
Doc, it's a countdown.
Colonel, it's a booby trap. We gotta get out of here now!
It's a solid cliffhanger for the season, but one we'll have to resolve after a quick trip back to the Milky Way galaxy. As mentioned in the previous video in this series, Stargate SG-1 was abruptly cancelled after its 10th season, leaving a major story arc concerning the Ori unresolved. After a failed attempt at renewing the series at another broadcaster, Brad Wright, Robert C. Cooper, and MGM decided to finally pull the trigger on a Stargate feature film to wrap up SG-1. Though this wouldn't be a theatrically released movie, Stargate The Ark of Truth was still a step above a mere two-part episode DVD release. The movie was given a $7 million budget, over 3 times the usual spend for a standard episode, and was shot on 35mm film rather than high definition. The larger budget and expanded shooting schedule allowed the production team to create more elaborate camera and lighting setups to revamp the look of SG-1. Director Robert C. Cooper packs in several carefully choreographed multi-beat shots and striking compositions not usually seen in the preceding series. Peter Wost's cinematography also elevates several familiar sets. Stargate Command has a textural quality not seen since the original movie, and the Odyssey sets have a colourful, high-contrast look which adds a lot of atmosphere to the ship's interiors. But it's Joel Goldsmith's score which sees the biggest upgrade. Thanks to the larger budget, Goldsmith was afforded the opportunity to work with a real orchestra, rather than the digital approximation used in the shows. Goldsmith jumped at the opportunity, composing a score which gives David Arnold's work on Roland Emmerich's film a run for its money. The Supergates track and the scene it accompanies harkens back to the adventurous spirit conjured up by the first trip through the Stargate, this time on a much larger scale. The script is also very strong considering the production team had to cram a season's worth of planned stories into less than 2 hours. This compression ends up working in the film's favour, lending it a fast pace which moves the story from one huge plot point to another in rapid succession. That's not to say there's no room for excellent character work, however, far from it. The opening scene sees Coleman's faith in the Ori shatter when he witnesses SG-1 take down a prior.
Fire a weapon!
You think he's testing you?
Really, he's forcing you to do it, because he's realized that for some reason beyond his comprehension, he's completely powerless.
Kill them now! I command you!
Later aboard the Odyssey, as Coleman stares in contemplation, Teal'c imparts valuable wisdom through blunt but poetic dialogue.
Somewhere deep inside you, you knew it was wrong. A voice you did not recognize screamed for you to stop. You saw no way out. You tried to convince yourself the people you were hurting deserved it. You became numb to their pain and suffering. You learned to shut out the voice speaking against it.
And I cannot imagine the day when I will forgive myself.
Because it will never come.
How do you go on?
It is simple. You will never forgive yourself.
It's a brilliant two-hander scene which not only advances Coleman's arc, but gives us new insight into Teal'c as well.
But your life does not have to end. Fight for others. Others that may be saved through your effort. That is the least you can do.
The film's final act could be considered contrived, what with an NID agent synthesizing a replicator to use against the Ori, only for the mechanical bugs to inevitably break out and do what replicators do best. It may seem shoehorned in, but it leads to a climax which continuously escalates in suspense and excitement. By the time the titular arc is opened, it brings with it a well-earned sense of relief, carried by Joel Goldsmith's incredible music. Though the production was a mad dash to the finish line, the Arc of Truth is a satisfying conclusion to the Ori story arc and SG-1 in general. The creative team were ready to be finished with the SG-1, having wrapped up the threads left dangling by the show's cancellation. However, in an instance of history repeating itself, the Arc of Truth proved to be an even bigger success than anticipated. The DVD release of the film earned the studio $9 million in sales and over $4 million in rentals. The additional fees paid by the Sci-Fi Channel to air the film and the subsequent strong ratings made the Arc of Truth a success beyond expectations. It didn't take long for a second Stargate feature to start development, a follow-up which would show if the Arc of Truth was a one-off hit or the foundation for a brand new era for the franchise. Stargate Continuum was released the following year. The film sees a time travel plot by Baal which changes history so the Stargate program never existed. Unaffected by the timeline changes due to Stargate travel, Jackson, Carter, and Mitchell emerge into an altered past where their hopes of setting things right are quickly dashed.
You're afraid we're going to try and repair the timeline?
You've made that intention abundantly clear.
Because we have a responsibility.
But you don't have the right! My goodness, people! The arrogance of what you're asking us to help you do is mind-boggling!
In some ways, Continuum is a synthesis of the SG-1 episodes There But For the Grace of God and Mobius, but more epic and action-packed. It also feels like an extended tribute to the Goa'uld villains, with almost all of the past System Lords making an appearance. Cliff Simon's Baal is great as usual, but he is soon outshone by Claudia Black's villainous turn as Katesh.
The edges of the Shikra blade have been honed to the thickness of a single atom. I must keep my hand very still, for fear that one slip will cut you in half.
As the System Lords rain down destruction on the Earth, we get to see the kind of action which was largely kept off screen in the aforementioned SG-1 episodes. This time the larger budget allowed for location filming in the Arctic and the use of the US Navy's USS Alexandria. There's also a show-stopping aerial battle between Earth fighter jets and Goa'uld death gliders, as SG-1 races to get off-world and find Baal's time machine. Stargate Continuum is a fun time travel romp, with impressive action, enjoyable humour, and a great use of the SG-1 cast. Continuum was just as successful as Arc of Truth, with several critics calling it superior to the first film. Not only were Arc of Truth and Continuum successful, but they also gave the creative team more freedom, larger budgets, and a more flexible schedule to work with. Not only could more movies maintain SG-1's success, but also elevate Atlantis as well. Therefore, during production on Atlantis' 5th season, the decision was made to cancel the show. The announcement came as quite a shock to many fans, as Atlantis still had solid ratings on the Sci-Fi Channel. But Wright and Cooper were quick to assure fans that Atlantis would continue in a movie of its own titled Stargate Extinction. Now, whether this pivot to the movies negatively affected Atlantis much earlier than the announcement is pure speculation. However, I've always felt Atlantis Season 5 felt undercooked compared to previous years. As good as the Wraith were as villains in the early seasons, Season 5 shows their limits as main antagonists. Unlike the Goa'uld, the Wraith don't have much of a civilization, and aside from Todd and Michael, none of the individual Wraith villains are in any way distinct or memorable personalities. And compared to how threatening and formidable they were in Season 1, by Season 5 the Wraith feel far weaker and easier to defeat. There is an attempt at creating a new recurring foe in the two-parter First Contact and the Lost Tribe, which features a welcome guest appearance by Michael Shanks. In this two-parter, the Lanteans contend with an offshoot of the Asgard, who seek to save their dying race by any means necessary. It's a solid twist reveal in the episode, and Rogue Asgard have a lot of potential as antagonists. Unfortunately, due to the show's cancellation, this is the only time they appear. There are other highlights this season, however, such as Robert Picardo's Richard Woolsey taking over as commander of Atlantis. Unlike most IOA, NID, or politician characters in SG-1, Woolsey was portrayed as somewhat likeable. He was still a pencil-pushing bureaucrat, but he was much more sympathetic towards Stargate personnel than his predecessors. Though his by-the-book attitude often clashes with the daring heroics of Shepard and his team, his position is often a reasonable one, and he grows significantly as a leader throughout the season.
The rules are there for a reason, Colonel. If I can't trust them, then I'm not sure I can do this job.
Michael continues to be the best villain of the show, with his final appearance in the excellent episode The Prodigal. Storming the city with a force of hybrids, Michael has the ultimate showdown with Rowan, as well as Shepard and Taylor.
Taylor!
The episode feels like such a definitive conclusion to so many arcs and long-running story threads that it's a wonder why it wasn't used as the season finale. The actual finale, Enemy at the Gate, which also serves as the end of Atlantis itself, is solid but rushed. When Atlantis receives word of a ZPM-powered superhive ship heading for Earth, they race to stop it before it can attack. The episode is a solid hour of action, but lacks emotional impact. Having killed off Michael several episodes earlier and Todd sent elsewhere, the episode lacks a compelling villain to make the stakes personal. It's all generally well paced, with a rising intensity throughout as the Wraith draw closer and closer to Earth.
John, wait. We're detecting another ship.
Now would be the time, Doctor.
Understood.
There's some catharsis to be found in the moment, but overall, Enemy at the Gate feels like an afterthought. Rather than the payoff to a longer arc, the episode introduces a problem and then solves it by the end. As the final outing for the show, it's unfortunately a letdown. That being said, the episode wasn't intended to be the end of Atlantis itself. The show may have ended, but fans would get to see more adventures with Atlantis in movie form. Right?
Is there going to be a next time?
For the longest time, Stargate Atlantis was my favourite Stargate series, and I still hold it in high regard. However, after my recent rewatch for this video series, I now think of SG-1 as the superior show, though that's not to say Atlantis has gone down in my estimation, merely that SG-1 has gone up. The first 3 seasons of Stargate Atlantis easily match or even surpass the quality of SG-1 in many respects. As a spin-off, it carried over the action and adventure spirit of its predecessor, while also retaining many strengths of the original movie. Its cast of characters evolved beyond pale imitations of the SG-1 regulars to become interesting and layered heroes in their own right. Had Atlantis maintained this level of quality for all 5 seasons, I'd probably still argue its superiority over SG-1. However, its final 2 seasons stopped the show short of true greatness. While still strong in many aspects, Atlantis suddenly became somewhat aimless. Despite featuring many enjoyable episodes, the larger story arcs of the show ended up meandering or ending abruptly. There's a feeling of the series being pulled in too many different directions by larger behind-the-scenes forces. Perhaps if Atlantis had been allowed to continue, it would have found its footing again, but unfortunately we'll never know. As it stands, Stargate Atlantis is a worthy spin-off to SG-1, and it's a testament to the talents of the creative team behind both shows that despite their problems and how long they ran for, I'm still left wanting more.
Nice view.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Although both of its flagship shows had ended, the future looked bright for Stargate in 2009. However, the following 2 years would prove to be one of the most turbulent eras for the Stargate mythos, with financial struggles, a rapidly changing media landscape, further cancellations, and a return to the small screen unlike anything Stargate fans were expecting. The show that would become Stargate Universe was originally conceived in 2007, long before Stargate Atlantis was cancelled and producers Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper had shifted their focus to the Stargate movies. The idea was to create a wholly distinct entity, which could serve as a jumping-on point for new viewers, unlike Atlantis, which was a direct spin-off from SG-1. Wright and Cooper also envisioned a show which would be stylistically and tonally very different from what came before. Rather than the tongue-in-cheek fun of previous Stargate shows, Universe would be grittier and more mature, aimed at a broader adult audience. By 2007, Wright and Cooper had been working on Stargate for well over a decade, and so they sought to make Stargate fresh again with this new incarnation. In an interview leading up to Stargate's release, Cooper explained, "I think one of the things that sort of bothered me as a producer was that we tried very hard to make a little movie every week, a feature film. I'm not selling it short, but my point is that the mentality was going into it with the idea of not trying to reach beyond the means of our budget. Not trying to make a $100 million film with significantly less than that, but rather make a great television show and shoot it in such a way that would embrace the elements that are going to be spectacular, which are the actors and the stories and the characters, and not reach beyond our capabilities budget-wise of making something that, at the end of the day to certain audiences, might come across as being silly." Though pitched in 2007, further development on Stargate Universe was put on hold while Wright and Cooper focused on the Arc of Truth and Continuum, and was further delayed by a writer's strike. This meant the official announcement for Stargate Universe came shortly after Stargate Atlantis was cancelled. Due to the anger over this abrupt cancellation, Wright and Cooper's comments about the fresh approach to SGU were perceived by some fans that the producers were somehow embarrassed by previous Stargate shows. The perception was that the duo weren't happy with what the fans were, cancelling the well-liked Stargate Atlantis in favour of a darker, grittier Stargate series aimed at a different audience. Not everyone shared this view, and Wright and Cooper stated many times in interviews and forum posts that this wasn't the case. However, it didn't bode well that many fans were approaching Stargate Universe with great trepidation rather than excitement. Award-winning Scottish actor Robert Carlyle was the first to be cast as Dr. Nicholas Rush, the troubled chief scientist of the Icarus Project. Though Carlyle had made forays into genre fare in the horror cult classic Ravenous and the James Bond outing The World Is Not Enough, he was mostly known for dramas like Trainspotting and Hitler the Rise of Evil. Carlyle's repertoire featured many intense, sometimes disturbed characters, and grounded dramatic performances. Landing such an admired actor was quite the coup for the new Stargate series, and was another statement of creative intent by the producers. Luis Ferreira was a veteran of thriller shows and movies, having appeared in 24, CSI, and Shooter when he was cast as Colonel Everett Young in Stargate Universe. David Blue was an enormous fan of Stargate, having watched every episode of SG-1 and Atlantis by the time he landed the role of Eli Wallace in Universe. Brian J. Smith was in the early years of his career when he was cast as Matthew Scott. He would later go on to star in the cult classic sci-fi series Sense8. Jamil Walker-Smith, who was cast as Ron Greer, had a much more prolific career, having had numerous regular voice acting roles and guest acting roles across network TV and independent film. Elena Huffman was cast as Tamara Johansson. Like Walker-Smith, Huffman had a steady career of guest roles on television. Before joining Stargate, she had appeared in Smallville as Black Canary, and she later landed recurring roles in Supernatural, The 100, and Riverdale. Elise Levesque, who was cast as Chloe Armstrong, had also appeared in Smallville, as well as the failed television remake of Flash Gordon before Stargate. Rounding out the regular cast was Ming-Na Wen as Camille Ray. Wen was known as the voice of Mulan in the original Disney classic, and had also lent her voice to the character Aki Ross in Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. She had a successful career across TV and film before and after Stargate, recently joining the Star Wars universe as Fennec Shand. Appearing in recurring roles were Lou Diamond Phillips as Colonel David Telford, Julia Benson as Lieutenant Vanessa James, Patrick Gilmore as Dr. Dale Volker, Peter Kalarmis as Adam Brody, and Jennifer Spence as Dr. Lisa Park. The series was shot mostly in and around Vancouver, with sets built across 3 sound stages at Bridge Studios. For the pilot episode, location filming also took place in the New Mexico desert. Each episode cost roughly $2 million. The show was shot using the Panavision Genesis cameras, the same camera used to shoot Superman Returns. The shooting style was markedly different than previous Stargate shows, with an emphasis on handheld camera and high-contrast hard lighting. For the premiere episode, Richard Dean Anderson, Amanda Tapping, and Michael Shanks all reprised their respective SG-1 roles to pass the baton to the new cast. The visual effects of the show were handled by an in-house team at Bridge Studios, with assistance from Image Engine and Atmosphere Visual Effects, among others. The show required new CG models of the Hatak motherships and Death Gliders, as well as the Destiny itself. The Destiny, being an older variant of ancient technology, was given a low-tech steampunk look, with dashes of H.R. Giger for inspiration. Just like Atlantis, this new show's Stargates were made distinct from those in SG-1. As well as carrying over the steampunk biomechanical look of the Destiny, the entire gate rotated in place, driven by a motor built underneath the set floor. The ever-reliable Joel Goldsmith once again scored the series, creating a wholly different sounding score to previous Stargate shows. Rather than a bombastic orchestral sound, Goldsmith infused Universe with more electronica, rock, and world music. While not having room for a full theme like SG-1 or Atlantis, Goldsmith did compose a signature motif using a distorted Indian Delruba instrument. In another departure from previous Stargate shows, Universe also featured a large number of songs. The 3-part opening episode Air featured the song Breathe by Alexi Murdoch, and Janelle Monáe's Sincerely Jane is used later in Season 1. After a long gestation, Stargate Universe debuted on the Sci-Fi Channel on the 2nd of October 2009. Stargate Universe's new tone and style are set right from the opening scene. The slow introduction of the Destiny, accompanied by Joel Goldsmith's haunting score, creates a thick atmosphere of melancholy and mystery before we come to the familiar Stargate. This time, however, rather than a gateway to adventure, the Stargate becomes an instrument of chaos as dozens of people are catapulted through, becoming bruised and bloody as they smash into the floor and collide with each other. Further precedents are broken by the episode's non-linear structure, and further departures from Stargate's established tone. The action is grittier, with emphasis placed on the injuries sustained by the characters. The characters themselves are more conflicted, often breaking into bouts of anger and panic. And in general, there is more sex and violence than in previous shows. It could be argued there was a basis for this change in content. After all, SG-1's first year on Showtime featured even stronger nudity and violence than Universe. However, that show quickly course-corrected to a more family-friendly style, and the following 14 seasons stuck to this mold. Therefore, it's understandable why Stargate Universe's abrupt stylistic changes were so jarring to so many fans at the time. Despite these differences, however, Universe does reveal itself as quintessential Stargate at its core. Although Universe is generally darker than previous shows, there are flashes of Stargate's signature humor and adventurous spirit.
I thought I saw the Statue of Liberty sticking half out of the sand. Just for a second there. I was all ready to yell, damn you all to hell.
The Destiny itself is a masterwork of design, feeling instantly iconic with its elegant shape and rich details. The H.R. Giger-inspired steampunk aesthetic, coupled with the high-contrast lighting, work together to create an impression of something wondrous yet haunted. The documentary-style presentation, though, has mixed results. The cinematography is generally strong, creating a lot of depth in its use of shadow and vibrancy in its mix of color temperatures. The direction is also solid, the show having inherited many of SG-1 and Atlantis' veteran directors who make sure to create strong compositions and block the actors in such a way that they never feel cluttered in ensemble shots. This is why the constant jitter of the handheld camera doesn't end up adding much to the show's presentation. Ultimately, it's difficult to see what justified this documentary style, especially when Eli starts making an in-universe documentary, which ironically uses these smooth, wide-angle Kino cameras. What's most refreshing, however, is the plot of Universe's debut episode. Having watched SG-1 and the Atlantis expedition grapple with time travel, alternate dimensions, and galactic threats, the three-part premiere Air, being a simple survival story, is a welcome change of pace. Carrying over Stargate's well-maintained internal logic and in-universe consistency drives a tense plot which keeps you on the edge of your seat until the final act. Critical reception to the episode was generally positive, though, like some fans, several critics took issue with the stylistic changes. The first episode had a solid debut of 2.3 million viewers, healthy ratings, but viewership fell short of both SG-1 and Atlantis' premiere episodes. The creative team had taken a big swing at revitalizing the Stargate mythos, but following Air's debut, they were still holding their breath.
Just breathe.
The following episodes, Darkness, Light, and Water, continue many of Air's strengths. Small-scale survival stories built on personal stakes and driven by ingenuitive plotting. There's an overriding sense of desperation in many stories, as the Destiny crew cling to life aboard a ship they have no knowledge or control over, and seems to have a will of its own. Light sees most of the crew resigned to their deaths when it appears Destiny is on a collision course with a star. But after sending away a small group of survivors, the remaining crew discover this is simply part of Destiny's refueling process.
You're telling me this ship is powered by the stars themselves. Solar powered, quite literally. There is no other explanation.
In Water, Young and Scott race to replenish the ship's water supply from an ice planet before Destiny jumps into FTL and leaves them behind.
All I'm saying is, if you delay much longer...
Listen to me.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm not going anywhere without Lieutenant Scott, and that's the way it's gonna be.
Destiny itself continues to be an enduring mystery, and the part of space it occupies feels truly alien. Unlike previous Stargate shows which depicted planets inhabited by the ancient peoples of Earth, Universe inhabits completely new territory. The alien life forms the Destiny crew encounters are truly alien and truly terrifying. There's a strong sense of loneliness and isolation to Stargate Universe, which other stranded in space style shows like Star Trek Voyager never managed to capture. This bleakness is often what justifies the conflict between characters. Some Stargate fans criticize this aspect of the show as lacking the camaraderie of SG-1 or Atlantis, but it's worth remembering that none of the characters in Universe chose this fate. The cast of Universe would be the background characters of any other Stargate show. They weren't handpicked as the best of the best to go off on a mission. They're the B team who would have ordinarily played support roles for SG-1 or the Atlantis expedition. They have been thrown to the other side of the universe, under-equipped, undersupplied, and undermanned. The focus on character conflict and the strain among the crew leads to some of Season 1's best episodes, such as the mid-season episode Divided.
What's done is done. I already have the food and water supplies. Plus, control of all accessible systems has been transferred over to the consoles on my side of the line.
At times, however, this focus can detract from the show, typified by the controversial inclusion of the communication stones. In some ways, the communication stones are a thematically powerful idea. The ability of the characters to switch bodies with people back on Earth is equally a blessing and a curse. It allows the characters to return to their loved ones, but it also makes the gulf between them even more apparent.
Is it really you?
你把那个旧烂的凳子丢掉了吗？
Conceptually, the idea is fascinating, and the mechanics of the stones facilitate some extremely creative plots throughout the show. However, the stones also facilitate what can best be described as soap opera content. Considering all the mystery and intrigue built up around the Destiny and this region of space, Colonel Young worrying about his wife having an affair, and Lieutenant Scott discovering he has a son from a previous relationship doesn't warrant much interest. Rather than fleshing out the characters, these story threads feel like extraneous drama which does little to enhance the larger arcs of the show. Indeed, the negative reaction to this material by certain fans was a part of a larger backlash from a vocal portion of Stargate's longtime viewers. Despite the attempt at making Universe a jumping-on point for new viewers, the show never really broke out into the mainstream the way Battlestar Galactica did a few years earlier. As a result, most of the audience for Universe were longtime fans, who were extremely divided on the show. While some of the backlash was understandable, the vitriol often hurled at the series was unjustified. The comparison to Battlestar Galactica is obvious, and the influence over SGU's tone and style is undeniable. This is not necessarily a bad thing, however. Battlestar Galactica itself was overtly influenced by 24 and The West Wing, and previous Stargate shows pulled from adventure stories like Lawrence of Arabia and Indiana Jones. There's nothing wrong with taking inspiration from other works. However, the close proximity of Battlestar Galactica and Stargate Atlantis' cancellation led to the view among certain fans that Brad Wright and Robert C. Cooper were abandoning what made Stargate special in an attempt to chase popular trends.
When we premiered, some publicist, in the same press release where they were announcing that Atlantis was getting canceled, they announced us. One had nothing to do with the other. They were done doing Atlantis.
Your name came associated with...
I mean, not my name personally. Good Lord, that would have been terrible. But no, they literally, like in the next sentence, it was like, we're ending Stargate Atlantis. However, we have a new show. And you're like, And even as a fan, I was like, no, you just stepped in it.
Yeah.
And immediately people blamed us. They thought we were the reason. Had nothing to do with it. They were gonna be done with Atlantis regardless.
This wasn't helped by Stargate Universe at face value, including many elements which Stargate itself had lampooned in SG-1's 200th episode.
I think you need a strong opening title sequence.
Are you serious? No one does that anymore. You just throw up the title and get on with it.
treated like some sort of object to be worshipped. I'm a real person with real feelings.
No. I don't think Mitchell likes me anymore.
My life was so shallow and pointless. And then I started working with my dad. I really thought that I could do something, make a difference.
Though the tone and style of Universe may be different, at its heart it's quintessential Stargate. Anyone who doubts this should look to episodes like Time and Lost. The former is a complex time loop scenario, while the latter sees Eli, Chloe, Greer, and Scott racing through a chain of Stargates to catch up with Destiny before it moves out of range. Both plots feel like they could easily work in either SG-1 or Atlantis, however they are elevated by Universe's unique style. Time has a delightfully schlocky horror movie feel to it, and thanks to the show's more R-rated leanings, it's allowed to be more graphic and scary, with a well-executed found footage gimmick. Meanwhile, Lost's planet hopping is made more grueling and high stakes by Universe's emphasis on gritty survival tropes rather than spacefaring adventure. It's still Stargate, just with a new coat of paint. An undeniable triumph is Robert Carlyle's Nicholas Rush. Carlyle brings a raw intensity to his performance which is as magnetic as it is agonizing. And this duality is perfectly fitting for Rush as a character, who is something of an enigma throughout the show. In some ways, he can be viewed as the show's main villain, a heartless egomaniac who will do anything to survive. Then again, he can be seen simply as the ultimate pragmatist, putting emotion aside in the moment to accomplish his mission, but a caring person deep down. Neither label seems to definitively describe the man. Just when the viewer has him pegged as cruel and manipulative, he suddenly does something heroic or says something kind. There's a lot of ambiguity surrounding Rush, with neither the viewer nor the characters ever quite knowing what to make of him. It isn't until the episode Human that we start to get a peek behind the curtain, though at first glance the episode makes clear that Rush is a man grief-stricken over the death of his wife. There's still more to it than that. Ultimately, Rush is a desperately lonely man, not because of who he's lost, but because he sees others as beneath him. He believes only in himself and his abilities. Other people are merely tools he can use to further his own goals. However, Rush is just as much a victim of his own egotism as everyone else.
You tell yourself my death gave you courage. In truth, it made you callous. You're not the man I loved.
He died with you.
I was never your conscience, Nicholas.
I love you, Nick. But you don't.
No. Of course I do. I do love you. I swear it.
Goodbye.
He'd like to believe he stands apart from others because of his superior intellect, but there's a gnawing feeling that he is simply a callous and selfish person. He at once craves the approval of others, but thinks of himself as better than everyone else. It's a dichotomy within his personality which constantly generates rich drama without ever falling prey to the tiresome soap opera angst present within other characters. It's worth watching Stargate Universe just for this fascinating character alone. The conclusion of the first season, a three-parter which bridges the gap into season 2, is a mixed bag for the show, incorporating many of its strongest and weakest elements. The Lucian Alliance's plot to take control of Destiny is rather uninteresting compared to the mystery surrounding the Destiny and the threat posed by the aliens. Despite being stranded on the other side of the universe, placing a domestic threat at the forefront of the season finale is an odd choice. Still, it results in some well-engineered action set pieces and a striking cliffhanger ending. The finale also makes another statement about Universe going forward. In this show, there are real consequences. Unlike SG-1 and Atlantis, which had to return to a strict status quo at the end of every adventure, Stargate Universe doesn't have the same kind of certainty. When the Lucian incursion fails, the surviving invaders stick around on the ship, becoming recurring characters throughout the rest of the show, and the regular characters sustain lasting injuries, such as TJ tragically losing her baby in a crossfire and Dr. Park losing her eyesight in Season 2.
It's still dark. I can't see.
Anything?
No.
Stargate Universe returned for a second season on the 28th of September 2010, but this renewal was a contractual obligation rather than a sign of the show's success. The Sci-Fi Channel had ordered 40 episodes before Universe had even begun airing. However, the ratings for Season 1 declined sharply, shedding 25% of its viewership by the finale. In an attempt to boost the ratings, Sci-Fi shifted the show's time slot from Friday to Tuesday, but this ended up hurting the show even more. Despite the vocal backlash, Stargate Universe did amass a passionate fanbase who appreciated its differences and invested heavily in the show's characters. This fanbase, however, suddenly had a hard time finding the show when it returned for another season. The declining ratings and time slot shift were all a shame because Universe is overall much stronger in its second year, if somewhat uneven. Chloe Armstrong is sidelined for much of Season 2. It's rather obvious that the writers didn't know what to do with the character, and to put it bluntly, she was quite underwritten from the start. Chloe is mostly defined by her relationships to others, specifically Scott and Eli, but she has little agency of her own. There's very little substance behind Chloe and Scott's romance, as it mostly transpires off-screen. When it is put front and center, it's in weak episodes like the ill-conceived Cloverdale. The potential function of Chloe's character, being a regular civilian among a crew of scientists and soldiers, is already well served by Camille Ray. At first, Ray comes across as the typical IOA representative, the nagging pencil pusher who acts as a thorn in the side of the more courageous and intelligent characters. However, as the crew slowly settle into life aboard Destiny, Ray questioning the military authority over the ship is well justified at times, and despite her lack of training, she proves to be just as courageous and self-sacrificing as the others.
Shoot him. Even if he kills me, you can still get to the bomb.
Camille.
If you give him the gun, he'll kill us both. He's Lucian Alliance.
The subplot of the alien experiment slowly mutating Chloe goes on for far too long and ultimately doesn't add up to much. After all is said and done, Chloe is more intelligent than before, but there are already plenty of smart characters in the show. Chloe is smarter, but not so smart as to render Rush or Eli redundant, and so this story thread accomplishes very little. Despite this weak thread, Season 2 is where Stargate Universe finds its feet. The same is true for Colonel Young in the episode Trial and Error. Like many of the show's characters, Young is far from the best man for the job which has been thrust upon him. He is not incompetent, but he is prone to pettiness and bouts of anger. For much of the first season, he dictates rather than leads the Destiny crew. Trial and Error sees the continued pressures of command finally get to him. With his wife leaving him back home, Young is plagued by a recurring dream where no matter what he does, Destiny is destroyed by an alien attack.
Return fire.
We can't take on this many ships.
It's too late.
I suggest we shut down all non-essential systems, devote every scrap of power to the shields.
Let's do that.
Colonel, we got a problem. More alien shuttles are approaching. A lot more.
In the end, he steps up, not because he's the strongest, but because the crew needs him.
And it's never gonna stop hurting. It's the whole point. For the sake of everyone on this ship, you are gonna have to live with it.
Rather than leading from the front, Young becomes the person everyone else can rely on. From this point on, he is cooler-headed and more amenable. Whereas before he ruthlessly beat Rush and left him to die when he posed a threat, Young later hears Rush out when he tries to pull another fast one.
What are you saying?
That I'm trying to understand why he did what he did.
Trial and error also brings up the fascinating possibility that Destiny itself is conscious in some way. It is suggested that Young's dreams were a battle simulation created by Destiny to test Young's resolve. There are other instances of Destiny conjuring the images of the dead to talk to people.
One or two things is happening here. Either I'm losing my mind, or you and Dr. Franklin have somehow been manifested by the ship in order to communicate with me. Now, he tends to be a little bit more helpful when it comes to technical matters.
Even after the crew has gained control of Destiny, there are still a lot of lingering mysteries surrounding the ship. And that's where Season 2 excels the most, in its longer arcs. The revelation of Destiny's true mission, a search for signs of intelligence from the dawn of time, is utterly fascinating.
We're talking about a mystery rooted in the foundation of reality. A puzzle with pieces scattered across the length and breadth of the universe itself. We're talking about a level of order, present at the very beginning of space-time, that goes beyond anything we ever conceived. I believe that the more we learn, then the greater our power to control everything around us will be.
So it is about power.
Power to change things. Control our fate. Right the wrongs.
The potential of the concept is touched on in episodes like Faith and Visitation.
Some kind of alien language.
Do you think it's the same ones we keep running into?
Not with this level of technology.
What, to build this thing?
No. To create a planet.
Wait, you're telling me they built the star, too?
That would make them the #1 all-time advanced civilization.
That would be an understatement.
The drone threat, which arises in Season 2, is a classic Stargate conundrum where every solution only presents more problems. Once again, Stargate's carefully managed internal continuity creates a tense intellectual puzzle, as well as a stream of spectacular action. However, the Novus arc is easily the best part of the show. When the Destiny crew encounter humans at this end of the universe, they discover an entire civilization spawned from the descendants of themselves from an alternate timeline who were sent 2 millennia into the past. Novus is the kind of speculative science fiction which feels ripped right from the pages of an Arthur C. Clarke or Ursula K. Le Guin novel. It is vast in scope, but also profoundly intimate. Viewing historical records of their alternate selves shows many characters their worst nightmares and greatest dreams come true.
I wish I could do a more accurate diagnosis, but it sounds like ALS. Lou Gehrig's disease.
For a group of people who were never meant to be on this mission, and are often afraid they aren't good enough, Novus shows their incredible potential. The camaraderie and adventurous spirit some Stargate fans thought was missing from Universe is present within this story arc, just not in the way they expected.
We will prosper as long as we can remember above anything else that we need each other. And we need to help each other.
Despite all the mistakes behind them and the challenges ahead of them, the Destiny crew see through Novus that they can pull together and create something beautiful. A sentiment which is true of the show itself. Stargate Universe's 2 seasons are a bumpy ride, but it undoubtedly sticks the landing in its final episode, Gauntlet. With drone command ships blockading their fuel source, Eli suggests placing everyone into stasis and extending their power reserves to remain in FTL until they reach the next galaxy. But when they are 1 stasis pod short of the entire crew, Eli chooses to stay awake.
I'll do it.
Eli.
If you stay out, it's automatic. You're dead. If I do it, at least I have a chance. Maybe even a better chance than Rush. I've been content to stay in his shadow. Play the part of the eager young protege, take his orders, but I'm not afraid to say it anymore. I'm smarter than him.
I can't ask you to do that.
And I can't take no for an answer.
Eli Wallace could have easily been a worse version of Rodney McKay, but he turns out to be one of the best, if not the best, character of the show. It's fitting that David Blue, being such a huge Stargate fan, ended up playing a character who so perfectly embodies the spirit of Stargate. Whereas other characters in Stargate Universe are prone to navel-gazing and cynicism, Eli is always active and optimistic with a robust sense of humour. Any potential irritation the viewer may feel stemming from Eli's bumbling awkwardness is quickly quashed by the character's intellect, sociability, and proactive nature.
I put a Kino in a search mode and sent it into unpressurized areas of the ship looking for an active console somewhere. Also, I was looking into if there's any way we could integrate the shuttle's power with the ship's system.
So you're working the problem?
Yeah.
In many ways, Eli is Rush's ultimate foil, the walking rebuttal to all of Rush's judgments about himself and the world. While Rush looks down on others and blames his superior intellect for his social isolation, Eli is socially popular and even smarter than he is. As a result, Rush simultaneously admires and despises Eli.
You know, maybe I haven't said this often enough, Eli, but you do have tremendous potential. I'd hate to see you throw it all away.
It's fitting then that Stargate Universe ends with Eli, the embodiment of Stargate's spirit, alone on Destiny, gazing out at the cosmos. At the end of its second season, Stargate Universe was cancelled due to low ratings. The show remains controversial among fans to this day, hated by some and loved by others. Speaking for myself, while SG-1 remains my favourite Stargate show with Atlantis a close second, Universe is one I appreciate more and more. Despite its occasional dips into tiresome soap opera and the gratuity of some of its content, Stargate Universe ultimately succeeds as the more grounded and the most human Stargate show. By the end of its second season, this discordant group of flawed people really came together, not just as a crew, but as a family.
We've been through a hell of a lot together, that's for sure. We're family now. Sons, daughters, sisters, even the slightly crazy uncle who, despite everything, still manages to come through for you in the end. To family.
Family.
Stargate Universe was continued in comic book form after it was cancelled, but it's a bittersweet resolution to what was shaping up to be a genuinely enthralling and beautiful story. MGM's financial difficulties worsened during Universe's run, with the company declaring bankruptcy a month before Universe's second season. MGM's woes crippled any financial support for any future Stargate projects, and the rapidly declining DVD market put an end to any more movies in development. In a shockingly short amount of time, Stargate fell from its peak of popularity to being a dead franchise. Atlantis actor Joe Flanagan famously tried to revive Stargate as a TV show with financial backing from Europe, but the shifting corporate owners of the property weren't interested. The mismanagement continued when in 2018, MGM attempted to launch Stargate Command, a streaming platform exclusively for Stargate. The flagship product to launch this platform was a cheaply produced and poorly conceived web series titled Stargate Origins. The less said about this and the failed streaming platform, the better. Stargate is a strange entity in the pantheon of science fiction icons. It was on TV for so long, and yet it feels as though it ended too early. In comparison to Star Trek's death in 2005, where the creative heads of the mythos had clearly run out of steam, Stargate still seemed so full of potential. It would be a shame for any reboot to jettison the lore built up over so many years. The future remains to be seen, and there will always be a future, because there is always one more adventure waiting on the other side of the Stargate. Thank you for watching. If you liked this video and want to see more, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon to stay up to date on future uploads. On my Patreon, you can see videos early and ad-free. The link is in the description. Thank you to all of my patrons and members, with an ultra thanks to LaBelle Games, Tim Spot, Eamon Kelly, Michael Hardy, County Arc, Mike Halsey, Olivia Computer, Bano, Jaron Walker, Tom, Director Kate, Patrick Fleming, Matthew Camille, Lilac Yane, Edmark Star, Extreme Streamers, Howard Craig Kervik, and AS Caging 101. Thank you once again for watching, and until next time, have a good one.